One, this guy is a broke, washed-up loser with zero talent, cash, or real prospects. But he has one saving grace. Kim Junu is hopelessly addicted to a mobile game called Arcane Soul. He grinded 10,000 hours into a pay-to-win title without spending a single cent, and when he finally pulled the rarest character in the game, he did the only logical thing. He sacrificed every single one of his warrior Kims, the tutorial character and weakest unit in the game. The one every player dumps the second they get something slightly better. He never imagined that throwaway starter would end up being him, a hit and run. Hospital bed, and suddenly, our guy wakes up inside the exact game he played. For years, trapped in the body of the exact character he sacrificed. Zero power. No talent, just a hospital bill he cannot afford, a broken body, and a world where God abandoned humanity and monsters took over the streets, except he possessed one secret weapon nobody else in this world had. He knew exactly how this universe worked under the hood, every trade he needed, every hidden condition, every broken combo. It was all locked in his brain from thousands of hours of grinding. While everyone around him was fighting blind, he already knew his next move before he even made his first step, and that is how a tutorial character, the most disposable unit in the entire game, starts to become something nobody in this world can explain. To understand how, let us go back to the very beginning. Right to the start of this webtoon, when Junu wakes up in hospital after getting absolutely wrecked, utterly confused about what happened and why he was there. His head throbbed violently for a moment before the memories came flooding back. The truck hurtling towards him, his desperate attempt to swerve, and the crushing impact. He was hit by a truck. Suddenly, a nurse entered the room and asked if Warrior Kim was finally awake, promising to fetch a doctor. The young man was completely baffled, not understanding why she used that name. He looked over at his medical chart and read the details. Warrior Kim, 22-year-old male, hospitalized with severely dislocated and bruised limbs from an accident. Junu felt a cold chill run down his spine, like some cosmic punishment for sacrificing all those weak characters to level up his celestial demon. Now, somehow he had become one of them, but when he tried to step onto the floor, excruciating pain shot straight through his body, ripping a terrible scream from his lips. The nurse rushed over, telling Warrior Kim to stay still, but all Junu could do was cry out in agonizing pain. The doctor soon explained that Junu had been hit by a truck and knocked cold, meaning he needed to undergo immediate tests, including an MRI and a magic X-ray. Totally lost, Junu asked what they meant by Warrior Kim and magic. Later, at the front desk, an employee calculated the massive cost of his procedures, adding up the emergency room fees, overnight stay, the magic scans, and other tests. The bill came to 22 million won. Junu was outraged, demanding to know why he owed so much for just 4 days in a bed. The receptionist explained that since he lacked insurance, he had to pay the full price. Annoyed, he snapped that every citizen had national health insurance, but the receptionist had no idea what he was talking about. She asked what a national government even was, since he lacked a Legion plan or Magic Tower insurance, leaving Junu completely stunned. The strange terms only confused him more, but suddenly, those names sounded familiar. Jun-Soo racked his brain to place them, suddenly realizing that Legion, the megacorporations, the Divine Tower, and Divine Order were the 4 major factions inside the game Arcane Soul. He had been transported into a reality where God abandoned humanity, sparking the rise of arcane science. Monsters overran the land, forcing humans to modify their bodies just to survive. In short, it was a nightmarish world to exist in, and he had been dropped right in the center. Just minutes ago, he was celebrating unlocking the celestial demon character in-game. Now he had been reborn as a weak tutorial character, perhaps as divine punishment. Glancing around the tiny room, he realized it was even smaller than a cheap college dorm, making him wonder why this Warrior Kim was so broke. With a battered body and zero cash, he felt completely lost. If this world really was the game Arcane Soul, then catastrophic events were about to unfold, unleashing nuclear wars, dimensional rifts, and the awakening of ancient gods to drag everything into a living hell. He had no clue how he got here, but he knew one thing for sure. If he did nothing, his death was absolutely guaranteed. That was when he spotted a strange detail and formulated a plan to test his theory. Grabbing a pen, Junu aimed it at his palm, determined to verify his hunch before his time ran out. Without hesitation, he stabbed his skin, drawing blood. Instantly, the fresh cut flashed with a green glow and closed up entirely, leaving no trace behind. Junu grinned. Knowing his theory was correct, he had successfully unlocked the Wound Regeneration trait, the exact reason he had leveled up so many warrior Kims in the game as a starting. Could freely unlock and swap his traits. For a brilliant strategist, this versatility was far better than any single rare skill. Now trapped in the body of warrior Kim, he could secure whatever traits he desired, starting with the passive regeneration already patching up his wounds. In Arcane Soul, being poor or weak meant a swift death sentence. Sure, he could run, but fleeing wasn't an option. Junu resolved that he wouldn't run, nor would he die. He was going to survive, armed with the knowledge of 10,000 hours of gameplay as a free-to-play gamer who had reached the 9th overall rank. With this edge, he was ready to kick off his adventure as the warrior Kim. With his strategy locked in, he headed straight for player personnel. There, a bearded clerk asked if it was his first time visiting an office like that. Junu nodded and explained his plans to get into the mana purification business. As he spoke, he knew he desperately needed cash. Life's lottery had only handed him the weak body of warrior Kim, making this his only real shot to earn some fast cash. The bearded man propped his boots on the desk, chuckling that calling it mana purification was a bit of a stretch. The director of player staffing, Choi Yansu, asked if Junu truly understood how brutal dungeons were. Junu insisted he did, but the director sneered, noting there was absolutely nothing on his resume to prove he had any raid experience. Personally, Junu knew better than anyone just how awful this line of work was. The real hazard was the toxic mana, the very energy that allowed monsters to take over Arcane Soul. Dungeon cleaning was all about purging the toxic filth that leaked high levels of dangerous energy. Staying in this mana for too long was highly lethal, causing agonizing pain until the victim mutated and transformed into a demon, making the work incredibly dangerous. Su promised to call him for a squad once he gathered enough recruits, and Jun-Su thanked him. Even so, the director pressed him, wanting to be absolutely sure since he had seen too many rookies like Kim chase quick cash only to return completely empty-handed. Jun-Su, however, told his boss to relax, promising he would outperform all of them, leaving Su stunned. After all, grinding was warrior Kim's specialty. He had logged over 10,000 hours of game time. When meeting the crew, their leader, a man named Deer, instantly demanded to know why a rookie wanted to join his squad. Jun-Su calmly replied that he had no idea, having just shown up for his shift when they assigned him here. Irritated, Deer grabbed him by the collar, demanding if he took him for a fool and where his burning drive went. He issued a dark warning, telling the rookie not to beg for mercy if he began to mutate, promising to put him down at the first sign of corruption. Jun-Su merely shrugged and agreed, realizing this was just another classic hazing ritual to terrify a newcomer, something he knew all too well from his past. He also found it bizarre to spot an R-rank character here, since that was how people looked before awakening while they were still completely ordinary. Right then, another cleaner stepped in, asking Deer to cut the rookie some slack, reminding him that they were already understaffed. The veteran, boasting 5 years of cleaning experience, attempted to diffuse the tension. Deer, however, sneered, doubting the kid would be of any help. He also found it odd that A veteran with so much field exposure had managed to avoid mutation without waiting for a reply. He spun around and walked off, barking that they had exactly 4 days to purge the infested zone. As they marched, Junsu decided that Deer was even more irritating in person than he ever was in the game. The veteran tapped his shoulder to comfort him, mentioning that Deer could be pretty abrasive at times but harbored a decent heart deep down. Junsu merely nodded to show he understood. Before long, the squad reached a massive gate coated in a foul, oozing slime, drawing complaints from members who muttered they would never adapt to this place. Deer yelled that he was breach-opening the doors, commanding everyone to prep themselves. He slammed the access panel, and the moment the heavy barrier parted, they crossed into the toxic, mana-soaked air. Instantly, the leader barked out orders. Across the dark basement, glowing veins of corrupt energy slithered outward, pulsing from low-ranked beasts called contaminated slimes. Junsu knew these low-level pests were the baseline of the entire cleansing operation. While incredibly fragile in battle, their real threat lay a highly annoying passive trait. Hit them with a standard shovel and they would simply divide in half and scatter away. The absolute only way to defeat them was striking their glowing mana core, otherwise they took 0 damage. Meanwhile, other members shouted frantic warnings to target the cores before the hazardous environment corrupted their bodies. Out of nowhere, Kim charged ahead, lunging toward a target slime while yelling at his partner to stand back. He raised his shovel, warning the others he wouldn't be responsible for any collateral damage. With a precise, deadly strike, he plunged the shovel deep into the toxic slime, piercing the glowing golden core hidden inside. Instantly, the creature began to melt away, leaving his teammate crying out in pure shock. Smirking at the sight, Kim casually remarked that everything was going perfectly. He announced it was time to warm up for real. Then he charged, slicing through every single toxic slime that dared block his path. He split them apart to harvest the glowing mana core inside. He did this repeatedly, clearing the area until not a single monster remained. The team was completely stunned, wondering how he could defeat these beasts so easily. While his allies struggled to process the sheer absurdity of it all, Kim stepped toward the massive giant slime. He knew this level of power was totally possible. Let's look back at what happened just 2 days ago. Back then, Kim was face down on the dirt, searching for a hidden clue. That's when a bizarre object caught his eye. Reaching out to grab it, he realized it was just a tiny coin, but with that, he unlocked the legendary treasure hunter trait, leaving him absolutely thrilled. He cheered, calling it the ultimate upgrade for Warrior Kim. He celebrated over finding 5,001, earning bizarre looks from bystanders. But even before entering the dungeon, he was already learning fast and stacking powerful skills. On another occasion, the poor guy threw up into a trash can, screaming as toxic impurities left his body. This agony, however, unlocked the crucial contamination resistance trait. He realized that while brutal, this followed the game's exact rules. He just had to meet the right conditions to unlock a new ability. He proudly reviewed the passive skills earned through his sheer determination. He could equip a total of 6 traits at once, with the option to swap them out at will. The treasure hunter trait specifically let him spot an opponent's critical weak points. That's how we see him easily pinpoint the monster's hidden cores. Back in the present, Kim activated this power to melt the giant toxic slime, which hissed and formed a skull in its death throes. Deer warned the team to watch out for flying debris. A moment later, drenched in disgusting, toxic sludge, he grinned. His grueling training paid off, and his resistance to dark mana was absolute gold. Later, as the city bus rumbled along, Kim realized that despite his powerful traits, a full workday was still exhausting. His coworker Hedgehog approached and thanked him, noting that they were all going home early because of his amazing shovel skills. He asked if Kim was also waiting to awaken his true powers. But Kim casually replied that military service taught him how to dig. His friend still found it impressive. As they talked, however, Kim noticed Hedgehog's physical mutations were worsening rapidly. He had clearly absorbed far too much toxic mana. Concerned, Kim advised him to take a rest day, but Hedgehog refused, stating he'd rather mutate than remain in debt. Honestly, we can all understand why he made that choice. There were not many other reasons to take a job like this. Then he slammed his shovel into the dirt. 4 days later, the work was finally finished. And Kim exhaled in relief, seeing how exhausted everyone looked. Suddenly, someone threw up on the ground. Hedgehog collapsed to his knees, complaining of a killer headache. Kim recalled warning him not to push past his limits. Deer walked over, noting that Hedgehog seemed ready for the next stage, explaining that this was typical for rookies. Then, the veteran congratulated Kim on a job well done, admitting he never expected him to finish the contract. Kim joked, claiming he only made it thanks to him, while knowing that in truth, the credit belonged to his newly acquired cleaner traits, which made the work feel effortless. He also noticed Deer seemed highly experienced, to this wondering if he was actually highly ranked, as the man muttered about being exhausted. Suddenly they heard a scream and Kim whirled around. Hedgehog was being consumed by dark, corrupted energy. His terrified friends asked if he was okay, pointing at the sharp spikes beginning to erupt from his flesh. As Deer stepped forward, demanding to know what was happening, Kim felt this couldn't be real. The team leader tried telling Hedgehog to hang on, promising they would escape together, but it was already too late. The man completely mutated into a monster, triggering a violent blast that shook the infected zone, leaving Kim paralyzed by the sheer impossibility of the situation. Hedgehog was fully transformed, morphing into a hulking beast that towered over the hunters. In his monstrous state, he had clearly lost his mind. Watching him, Kim knew that attempting to fight this thing could easily get them all killed. To make matters worse, those new abilities meant for cleaning dungeons would be totally useless in a real battle, no matter how desperately he tried to plan. He kept arriving at the exact same conclusion: victory was mathematically impossible. Suddenly, the mutated beast coiled to strike and sent Kim flying back. With terrifying power, the hunter crashed hard onto the rocky ground, back first, and realized the gap in strength was utterly massive. If he could not adapt, he was guaranteed to die here. Fortunately, a new resistance trait triggered. This was precisely the break he needed. It was far too early to throw in the towel. He quickly configured his passive skills to survive. His raw strength buff would help, while the mana heart stabilized his energy output. Resistance minimized incoming damage, while mana absorption would allow him to constantly replenish himself, supplemented by deep breathing for accelerated recovery. The final key to his defense was corruption resistance. Kim was finally ready to mount a counterattack. The beast charged again, but this time Kim stood his ground. He coated his trusty shovel in emerald light, using his physical strength to amplify the impact tenfold. With one massive swing, he sent the monster airborne, realizing his strategy was working and he could actually win. But as the creature crashed into the wall, it curled into a spiky sphere, catching him completely off guard. It launched itself forward, spinning rapidly, ricocheting off a rock to launch itself and prepare to smash right into the young man's head. Kim only had time to think, for God's sake, before he was violently struck by the attack. The creature then. The beast backed off, digging its claws into the dirt while snarling at him. With a swift jump, the young fighter stood right back up. He groaned that even with his defense buff active, that hit still stung like crazy. He knew that if he quit now, he was dead meat. There was no choice but to keep on charging forward. Suddenly, one of the beast's massive spikes bent back and shot straight at Kim's face, with a dozen more flying right behind it. The fighter crashed down, badly wounded. Still, he told himself to just hang on a little bit longer. He needed was a single opening to punch the monster. Fresh blood sprayed everywhere. As the sharp quills ripped through his flesh, furious, the wild beast launched another deadly spike, tearing the warrior's hand to shreds. Collapsed on the cold dirt, he howled in pain. He remembered playing Arcane Souls as Junsu completely. Cornered by mobs, back then he would cockily challenge them all, totally sure he could crush anyone using his warrior avatar, Kim. Back then, everything was so easy. A simple click of a button was all it took to slay beasts. He had never considered how his character actually felt during that brutal, non-stop grind, all under the excuse of leveling up. Now, though, he felt every ounce of the brutal pain required to unlock even a basic stat boost. Armed with this fierce new resolve, Kim threw a devastating punch at the creature, sending the giant hedgehog flying backwards. He had finally unlocked the mutant muscle trait, his only hope of surviving this brawl. The warrior knew his reckless assault was meant for one thing: to push his physical limits beyond his normal mana, heart, and raw strength to awaken this hidden power. He had planned everything for this exact breakthrough. The beast rolled back onto its feet, but Kim was ready. Using his newly mutated arm, he blocked the incoming strike, confidently shouting that he couldn't even feel the pain anymore, daring the beast to try harder. Aggravated, the monster coated its fist in razor-sharp quills and drove it deep into Kim's gut. The young warrior wondered if the beast was still holding back, as a strange, corrupting sensation began spreading deep inside his stomach. Something abnormal was taking shape inside. Instantly, Kim unlocked the mutant body trait, causing his entire frame to swell to a massive, gigantic size. He mocked the beast, thanking it for pushing him to this level. With both of them equally matched, a massive shockwave of pure violence erupted. Watching from afar, a man called Stag heard the commotion and went to investigate. He gasped as he saw Kim and the giant beast trading blows like titans, dumbfounded by the warrior's sheer power. He wondered if this guy was some elite superhuman to battle a mutant head-on. The clash was so incredibly violent that both combatants were blown back, crashing flat onto the hard ground. The fighter realized that even though he now matched the monster's scale, he would lose if this exhausting slugfest dragged on any longer. The beast roared as it rose, ready to go another round. Left with no options, Kim decided to trust his instincts and activated Contamination Resistance, mentally commanding his body to break past its absolute limits. Stag watched in utter disbelief as the young man's arm warped and his face twisted into something monstrous. He was morphing into a full-blown mutant for the final showdown, when suddenly a strange magic circle materialized above his head, unleashing a spell right at the mutant force, slowly disintegrating the hedgehog as the brutal attack smashed it into a wall. Deer watched, terrified, wondering what it was and if Kim was also some kind of monster. Since he became a mutant to fight one, he wanted to understand how that was possible. As he watched Kim adopt that monstrous trait, utterly confused by the madness, Deer decided he had to get out of there immediately. However, Kim's looming shadow suddenly blocked Deer's view, and he saw the warrior reaching a hand out toward him, with nowhere to run. Deer braced himself and closed his eyes, but nothing happened. Kim let out a sigh and, to his relief, shifted back into a human. Then he fell to the ground, gasping, whispering to himself that he had succeeded. He knew that because he had temporarily held the mutant's power and turned off his corruption resistance. Most people believed a hunter could never return to normal after that. Even so, Kim knew he could survive by swapping the mutant trait, provided he kept a clear head, if only for a fleeting second. That was the key to surviving the transformation and replacing the cursed trait with his corruption resistance once again. All around them, the stadium lay in ruins, and Kim felt incredibly dizzy after the brutal battle. The pain was intense, as if his bones and muscles were rearranging themselves. An agonizing experience he never wanted to endure again. Still, he stood up, inside The dead beast's jaw, a glowing purple sphere, caught his eye. He picked it up, having obtained a level 1 mana core. He realized all his desperate struggles had been worth it. He was thrilled to secure such a rare prize, concluding that this risky cleanup job was actually highly profitable. Meanwhile, Deer stepped closer and asked if he was all right, eager to understand what had happened when he transformed into a monster. Kim, wanting to avoid any annoying rumors, quickly lied, claiming he had just taken a massive gamble and got incredibly lucky. Deer stared back at him in disbelief, finding the explanation hard to buy, yet highly suspicious. Desperate to chain the subject, Kim tossed a few mana cores his way, suggesting they head back so he could get some air. The other workers eagerly thanked him for the level 0 mana cores. Kim figured that since he had saved their lives and handed over valuable loot, they would keep their mouths shut. Deer remained silent, warily watching Kim. Later, at the Cyanu Force office, the chief thanked him, acknowledging how incredibly difficult the ordeal must have been. Kim agreed it was tough but couldn't help wondering why the chief was showering him with such flattery. Su then mentioned that Kim should have revealed his superhuman status, as that would have landed him a high-paying gig instead of trash duty. The warrior realized the chief mistook him for a true powerhouse in the world of Arcane Soul. Superhumans are elite awakened individuals who wield immense mana. In a society ruled by raw strength, these individuals are treated like royalty. It made sense for Su to assume this, since only an elite could take down monsters of that caliber. Kim knew his unique traits made the difference, but he decided to play along with the lie. Su offered him his payout and Kim accepted, figuring it was best to let the boss believe he was a temporary superhuman. The agency boss explained that Kim had successfully cleared 5 sectors and would take a 20% fee from 50 million. Leaving exactly 5 million for each group member. But this time, the agency leader decided to do things a bit differently, taking only a 5% fee and adding a bonus, leaving Kim thrilled to receive a total of 12 million won. The manager enjoyed working with him, and Kim realizes just how satisfying it feels to be seen as a superhuman. Leaving the office while daydreaming about spending his new fortune, he bumps into a bald man. This stranger points out that the warrior looks happy, guessing he secured a massive payout. Kim happily confirms the job went well, suddenly recognizing the guy from before. They had worked together on his previous mission. Soon, the stranger explains his true motive for approaching him, revealing that he desperately needs a favor. He explains his wife is incredibly sick, begging Kim for a loan and apologizing for the awkward ask. Since they have only worked together once, this makes Kim hesitate, knowing that helping strangers in a brutal world like this is usually a mistake. Betrayal can happen at any moment, and basic survival is already hard enough. Still, unable to completely ignore the play, Kim reaches out, takes his hand, and hands over a few level 0 mana cores, admitting that while it is modest, he should take them. Later, inside a dark alleyway, that same man laughs that Kim was a complete fool for buying into his pathetic old man routine. His partner, Stag, wonders if the target is just naive, while the grifter boasts he could have squeezed out even more cash by inventing a sick son. He grumbles that Kim, a total fraud, earned way more than the actual hunters, making Stag sigh. The thug points out that since Kim is just an ordinary guy, they should teach him a painful lesson. The older crook asks if he has a plan, and the leader grins wickedly, wondering how the solution is not totally obvious to him. Stag explains that even though Kim is normal, the fool possesses some type of bizarre power. They have already figured out his secret and intend to punish him, crushing the cheap level 0 mana cores in his fist while promising to show the rookie how cruel this world truly is. Meanwhile, inside a high-end spa, Kim happily spends his cash, noting how amazing a premium massage feels, silently concluding that the game is much better than reality. But a sudden, sharp ache jolts through him when the therapist works on his sore arm. Kim notes that despite 3 full days of hotel rest, his limbs still ache intensely, leading him to realize he must think twice before activating his mutant powers again. Swapping his physical traits is never simple since his physical form mutates directly alongside them, and the side effects spike dramatically during any major transformation. His main challenge now is figuring out how to survive while keeping his power locked away. Glancing out the window, Kim suddenly spots a few familiar faces and recognizes goons from the notorious Iron Fist gang strutting around the streets with pure arrogance. He reflects on how this city is ruled by syndicates rather than the law, an expected reality where civilians rely completely on hunters to stay safe from monsters. Kim managed to survive the opening level, but he clearly realizes relying purely on passive traits in such a hostile environment is foolish. Clicks into place, a confident smile spreads across his face as he concludes that the key to solving his problems comes down to one thing: items. Following his plan, Kim heads straight to an item shop in Seoul. A clerk asks if he is there to sell something. He nods, explaining he has some monster byproducts. The clerk sheepishly explains that they do not buy level 0 cores, but Kim reassures her, saying he already knows and wants to sell something else. He then reveals an item that leaves her completely stunned. She asks if that is a level 2 monocore. Kim nods, asking her to appraise it. As the clerk analyzes the item, Kim realizes his hard work was completely worth it. He fused everything he owned at the hotel to create this core. He knows the price shifts heavily depending on the level, making fusion his ticket to maximum value. She offers 4.7 million for the core, and Kim gratefully thanks her. He then asks if they sell weapons or armor. She confirms, inviting him to follow her to the back room, and Kim follows. With a smile, he looks over the inventory, thinking that despite having everything, it is just the basic starter gear he used to use in the game. The clerk lets him browse freely, so he takes the opportunity to gear up, filling his backpack with various weapons. Stepping back outside, he finally feels like he is truly inside Arcane Soul. Suddenly, a woman calls out, asking if he is a mercenary because she needs help. Kim refuses and suggests she find someone else, but the girl persists. She offers money and explains she is in town on business, but the Iron Fist gang is terrifying her. The woman asks if he can protect her on the way to her apartment. Kim figures 500,000 won for a bodyguard gig sounds like a daily quest, so he decides to accept. Placing a hand on her shoulder, he says he cannot ignore a woman in danger and asks if they should get going. They walk up an alley on the outskirts, and the girl says they are almost there. Kim finds the place incredibly strange. There is not a single soul, not even an ant on the ground. His suspicion deepens when she veers into an even darker street, claiming it is just ahead. Highly alert, Kim glances around to get a better look and spots her in the darkness, repeating that they are close. The warrior notes that it is far too dark to see anything. Suddenly, he acquires the night vision trait, and with it, he spots a gun in the darkness. The girl is ready to shoot him, commenting that the mercenary is far more careful than she expected. Kim wonders why she has a gun and if this is a trap. Before he can even run, Stag appears and blocks his path, asking where his junior is going and mocking him. He says it is great to see him again. A confused Kim asks what he did to deserve this ambush. Stag replies that Kim did not do anything wrong, but he is just incredibly stupid and gullible. As Kim tries to flee by running in the opposite direction, the gang leader questions how he can start a conversation and just run off. Instantly, Stag orders the woman to shoot. The bullet tears into Kim's back, sending him crashing down to the bottom of the concrete stairs. Stag complains, saying she should have shot him in the legs, not the back. The girl quickly defends herself, arguing that putting him down was better than letting him slip away. Their leader assumed Kim was a goner, noting he had reverted to human form after becoming a mutant and figured some wealthy mage would surely buy his corpse as one of his. Goons offered to grab his bag and gear. Stag agreed they should do that first, but when they went to look, Kim's body was gone, leaving them wondering where he went. Suddenly, a glass pane in the ceiling shattered, sending sharp shards straight into the neck of one of Stag's crew. The group panicked, wondering what happened, while Stag screamed, demanding to know if Kim survived. The young man told him to bet on it. He wasn't about to die too. Traitors who repay kindness with cold betrayal. It turns out Kim had already left the shop wearing a bulletproof vest. Thanks to that close call, he unlocked the crucial skill called Play Dead. Stag roared in anger, complaining that Kim had smashed the street light, leaving them in darkness. Little did the boss know Kim was already standing right behind him, asking if he was looking for him. With a chilling voice, Kim noted that since Stag saved his life, he was now going to take his in return. Kim slammed a punch into the man's face, knocking him to the ground. While Stag tried to stand, he only managed to sit up and attempted to kick Kim, who dodged it effortlessly. The young warrior said that Stag should have shown some gratitude for being saved, and trying to murder his savior was a grave mistake. He then landed another brutal punch on his face. As Kim prepared to crush his skull, the girl in the gang fired a shot and shouted to see if their boss was all right. Kim glanced at his bleeding arm, realizing he had been far too sloppy. In this brutal world of Arcane Soul, the scariest threats were never the monsters or mutants, but the humans themselves. Kim admitted to himself that he was foolishly naive to trust others, a mistake he vowed never to repeat. With his resolve set, he drew a pistol and shot the girl's hand, sending her gun flying and hitting another gang member in the shoulder. He coldly warned them to stay back, firing another round into the wall. Kim then declared he would end Stag's life just to be absolutely safe, but the fallen boss tried to kick his legs out again. Kim was caught completely off guard, and while narrowly evading the strike, he lost his grip on his pistol. In that split second, Stag's legs finally mutated, triggering a successful superhuman awakening. Kim silently cursed the game's developers. This specific superhuman evolution was a milestone all playable characters could reach, serving as a core progression mechanic in the game. According to the laws of Arcane Soul, Level 1 superhuman was already powerful enough to easily overpower an armed civilian. This meant that Kim now had to fight a literal superhuman using nothing but his bare hands. Suddenly, Stag vanished right before his eyes. Kim wondered where the boss went. The newly evolved fighter was unleashing his awakened abilities. Stereoscopic movement and the destructive kick. This high-speed maneuver allowed the user to harness the insane elasticity of their legs to move freely. Soon, Kim noticed that Stag had used this trick to rapidly scale the building's wall. From above, Stag screamed that he would drag Kim straight to hell and dove down for an attack. Kim rolled aside, barely dodging the blow. Shocked, the newly awakened boss demanded to know how he escaped, leaping off the ground to strike again. Kim yelled that there was no escape this time. With a smirk, he faced him. He replied that he had zero plans to run, pulling out an expandable baton to block Stag's heavy kick, calling him a wild animal. During the block, Kim realized buying this weapon was a genius move. Instantly, the scene flashed back to a few hours ago at the local armory. Back then, Kim was debating whether to buy a gun. He realized that since he belonged to the warrior class, his firearm skills would always face a strict limit. Because of that, he decided to take precautions and buy a weapon built for his specific class, grabbing the tactical baton. Back in the present, Kim knew every character class had optimal weapons and custom traits. To take Stag down, he needed a close-range weapon, customized with warrior traits. With a sharp flick, he extended the steel baton once more and launched a brutal vertical strike, hitting Deer right in the shoulder. Instantly, he unlocks his first-class trait, Attack. Under the warrior tree, Without pausing, he lunges into a wild flurry of strikes, dealing a downward slash, an upward swing, and a deep thrust before ending with a heavy sweeping cut. Deer barely dodges the final blow and counters with a dangerous high kick to Kim's head. Kim spots the incoming counter but refuses to stop. Now that he has the upper hand, he is determined to push the offensive even if a bone breaks, completely abandoning his guard to smash his weapon into Deer's thigh. The heavy kick cracks against Kim's forearm, but his own strike heavily wounds the awakened's thigh. A bright glow wraps around Kim's baton, showing he just unlocked the combo trait. This skill is widely known as the absolute best for early-level warriors, letting him chain attacks to put massive pressure on Deer. The panicked opponent begs for mercy, but Kim does not hesitate, landing a final strike directly to the gut that knocks Deer completely cold. As cold rain starts pouring down, Kim feels a wave of relief washing over him. Then he notices his red knuckles and feels a bizarre, tingling sensation. Despite his exhausted and aching body, a strange new energy begins swelling deep inside him. He cannot explain it. Suddenly, a massive explosion tears through the nearby streets. That was the exact moment he realized the brutal reality of Arcane Soul, awakening as a superhuman. The level 1 warrior slowly unclenches his fist, now glowing with a strange aura, and grips it tight, trying to process his new status. A sudden shout of pure joy escapes him as he celebrates this power-up. After all, this meant he would soon get high-paying mercenary contracts and easy access to low-interest bank loans. However, his happy moment is cut short when a guy with a cigar asks if he got exactly what he wanted. Kim turns to find himself face to face with a massive figure looming over him. He immediately recognizes Iron Fist. Kim, the very next starter character in Arcane Soul after Warrior Kim. He is an enhanced soldier with a mechanical arm, specializing in guns and precision shooting. The worst part is that he also leads the notorious Iron Fist gang. Kim instantly realizes he just fought deep inside their territory, likely provoking them. The enhanced soldier demands to know if Kim realized where he was before starting all this chaos. The rookie replies that he was only defending his own life from a sudden ambush. Hearing this, the boss raises his gun and he asks if Kim's attackers were scarier than the Iron Fist gang. Kim understands the threat. If he keeps fighting, he will only end up throwing his life away for nothing. Ignoring all excuses, the soldier presses his gun against Kim's chest and warns him he made a terrible choice, promising to show him what happens when anyone messes with his territory. But Kim just stares back with a defiant look, asking if he is sure about that, claiming the soldier missed something important. Grabbing the gun with his bare hand, Kim declares that he is not the type to die so easily and pulls the trigger himself. Soldier stands frozen, shocked that this kid just shot himself. As he gets back up, Kim wonders what just happened since the bullet only felt like a tickle. He realizes his body is healing rapidly thanks to his regeneration trait. Watching this unfold, the soldier mockingly remarks that Kim has a highly unusual ability. Meanwhile, Kim ponders his new power of regeneration, realizing it is an evolved form of wound recovery, a trait only obtainable by becoming a superhuman. He decides to play a bluff, believing it will succeed. The moment the soldier underestimates him, with absolute confidence, Kim claims he did not survive on luck, warning that anyone who crosses him had better prepare for the consequences. The soldier repeats Kim's name, admitting he respects his guts. He decides to let him go, but makes it clear that Kim is now in his debt. Patting his shoulder, the soldier warns him to remember exactly what that means. Kim replies that he will keep that in mind, privately wondering if the gang leader recognized him from somewhere. Unexpectedly, the man known as Iron Fist offers a hand, proposing they partner up in the future. Kim knows Iron Fist is not a backstabber, so forming an alliance here seems like a smart move. He agrees to the partnership, shakes his hand, and promises they will meet again soon. Later, inside the Jamsil superhuman tower, Kim is utterly amazed by the view. He knows he only saw this place in a game before, but reality is a breathtaking spectacle completely unlike his hometown. Soon, a young woman approaches, thanking him for visiting the tower and asking how she can assist. Kim thinks she is gorgeous, even wondering if she is an NPC. The receptionist, spotting his obvious rookie look, figures he is there to get his certificate, directing him to use the nearby machine. To test his mana and trait circuit, Kim politely thanks her, noting that she guided him before he even asked. It only proves just how much of a rookie he appears. Once he secures that certificate, his real life will finally begin. Suddenly, something unusual catches his eye. Nearby onlookers clasp their hands, prayer whispering that the saint has arrived. Kim spots a massive airship in the sky and a glowing rune on the floor, recognizing the symbol of the Order of the Old Father. He is baffled, wondering why a stage boss is appearing now since they are still in the tutorial phase. He recalls that, despite her title as a saint, her order is actually a dangerous cult that eventually begins attacking innocent citizens without any mercy. The crowd around him whispers, speculating that the saint came here for a mana measurement likely to update her level. A powerful, blinding aura enveloped this woman as she smiled toward the heavens. Kim felt this mana test was incredibly noisy. The testing machine circuits glowed bright yellow, and shortly after, that overwhelming energy finally began to fade. The saint smiled while onlookers prayed with terrified faces. When her results popped up, she was a priest class with level 8 mana and a 6-layer circuit. Gasps and whispers immediately erupted over her 6 rare abilities, but Kim knew he couldn't just stand there daydreaming. A level 8 superhuman was basically a walking military force, comparable to an entire aircraft carrier strike group. This was a national-level threat capable of destroying Seoul in the future. Of course, warning people now would only make him look completely insane. For now, he needed to focus on testing his own mana, but he decided to hide 3 of his 6 abilities to avoid drawing unwanted attention. But out of nowhere, the saint turned around and locked eyes directly on him. Her guards asked if something was wrong, but she simply muttered that Kim was unusual. Stepping closer, she noted that he possessed a highly intriguing skill. Shocked, Kim instinctively stepped back, wondering how this final boss-level character already noticed him swapping his active skills when a nearby soldier questioned why she was paying attention to a seemingly ordinary citizen. The saint ignored her subordinate completely and grabbed hold of Kim's hand. She softly asked for his name, and he introduced himself as Kim, already guessing her true intentions. She confirmed she was sent by the Old Father to offer him a sacred baptism, explaining that the master of the Black Gold Throne always collected unique talents like his. She urged him to submit and find true peace in this brutal world. The onlookers whispered with pure envy, jealous he was getting personal attention from the Old Father's own daughter, but Kim was silently cursing his luck. He knew that accepting this baptism would bind him as a holy paladin of their order, and that was a massive problem because this exact faction was destined to get completely crushed in the future war against South Korea. Knowing this, he ripped his hand away from her grasp and firmly declared he refused the baptism, leaving her completely stunned. She asked if he had misheard, but he looked her dead in the eye and confirmed his choice. She replied that refusal was fine, but warned that the Old Father already had his eyes on him. Gripping his shoulder tightly, she warned him that a divine seed was now planted deep inside his soul. If he failed to overcome it, his precious free will would mean nothing. Instantly, a burning fire erupted inside his veins, forcing him to his knees. The crowd watched in shock, amazed a mere novice had dared reject a saint. He was now suffering from the divine fever, a deadly penalty that inflicts endless, agonizing heat. He thought he was ready for the pain, but The feeling of being cremated alive was unbearable. This specific curse was one of the most brutal status effects in the game, ruining any normal life. Unless they submitted to a baptism, he had refused to protect his future. But now the overwhelming agony made him feel like he was dying right there. Right as his vision faded to black, a splash of cold water hit his face. The guide girl from earlier asked if he was okay. Kim felt incredibly grateful. Usually, nobody helped someone with divine fever, terrified the negative energy would spread. With her assistance, he resolved to grit his teeth and endure the pain a bit longer. At that exact moment, Kim unlocked the divine resistance trait. The fire inside him settled. He smiled to himself, knowing he hadn't rejected the sacred baptism without a clear plan. First, he had to unlock this resistance. Now, he needed to gather mana. Activating the brand new trait, he felt a powerful aura expand inside his mind's eye. The girl kept splashing water, which felt like the actual water of life to him. Kim focused entirely on the clashing sensations of fire and water at his core. Balancing the burning agony with cold logic, he began to carefully steer his mana. He finally smothered the flames, releasing a massive burst of built-up energy. The sudden blast of wind from the fever knocked the startled guide backward. Instantly, Kim unlocked the mana barrier trait, a crucial skill for any defense build. The guide scrambled back over to check on him, and Kim quickly reassured her. He thanked her, admitting he survived because of her help. Meanwhile, onlookers were stunned. Onlookers wondered how he survived without a baptism. Still, Kim knew it was temporary. He was only using his new mana barrier to contain the threat. At least the burning agony was gone, and he actually found the black flame intriguing. With that sorted out, he decided it was finally time to test his mana. Once the gauge finished charging, his results flashed onto the system screen. The screen showed Warrior Kim had a mana level of 1 and a 6-layered circuit. The crowd whispered that he was a super rookie, wondering if that drew the Saint's eyes. But Kim felt uneasy. He had drawn way too much unwanted attention. After all, his main goal was to quietly grow stronger behind the scenes. The guide congratulated him, claiming she'd never seen a 6-layered circuit before. Then she suggested they go get his superhuman license issued. Inside the superhuman tower, the helpful guide proudly handed the license to Kim. She warmly congratulated him on officially becoming a certified superhuman. Kim took a brief moment to reflect on all the grueling effort it took. The guide offered to explain his level 1 perks, but Kim politely declined. He already knew the benefits inside out, starting with the massive tax reductions. He had the right to carry weapons, future tax exemptions, and arrest immunity. Plus full transit access and benefits. The guide was incredibly impressed. She noted how much he knew, and Kim joked about being a certified expert. He claimed to be a doctor of superhumanology, then asked how to slip out. He wanted a discreet exit to avoid the massive crowd gathering outside the building. The girl smiled, revealing she had already set up a secret exit. Kim was surprised by her proactiveness. She told him to just follow her. The warrior thanked her sincerely for her kindness, especially for the stealth gear. She had provided a stealth cloak and guided him toward a secret passage. She insisted it was no trouble, slipping on the cloak, Kim immediately. He unlocked the stealth characteristic, thrilled to score a useful skill for free. Pointing to the exit, the guide explained she couldn't accompany him any further. Kim thanked her, assuring her that her assistance had already been more than enough. Walking away into the shadows, Kim reflected on his journey and what lay ahead. He had never met anyone so genuinely kind in Arcane Soul. Not only was she helpful, she was stunning. He swore to himself that once he grew stronger, he would repay her. Then he realized he did not even know her name, but remembered her business card. Kim was completely dumbfounded when he looked down and read the name on it. The guide's name was Beck Soren. It turned out she was one of the 3 most powerful players in the game, a savage berserker feared for her terrifying Looks, he now understood why her face had felt familiar, but inside the game. Her character looked so incredibly menacing that he never would have put it together. To think that the brutal Beksarin was actually a sweet person left him utterly confused, wondering what on earth could have happened to her to trigger such a change. Later, after slicing through the final weak slime of his grinding quest, Kim sighed, realizing how exhausting it really was to be a superhuman he had been clearing the exact same monster cave for a straight week, leaving him totally depleted. Dropping to the dirt floor, he groaned with relief that he was finally done. Even though his clearing speed was honestly pathetic, the root of his problem was that he had to invest all his points into maintaining his active mana shield. If he could optimize his stats solely for combat, he would have cleared this place hours ago, but he was stuck with that annoying debuff. To cure this divine fever once and for all, he desperately needed a rare potion called Nectar, but the price was astronomical, and the meager pay from this basic cleaning job would not even cover a fraction of it. Suddenly, his phone buzzed. He rolled his eyes, wondering how many times Director Choi was going to plague him. It was a massive pain, and he almost declined the call, but he hesitated and swiped answer because of a sudden, brilliant idea. Shortly after, Kim arrived at the Sciencesu Agency headquarters. The director welcomed him warmly, claiming it was a true honor to meet the man who overcame the divine fever alone and started with a 6-layered circuit. Kim shrugged it off, playing it cool, before asking about the request. Did Director Choi find the job he wanted? Choi sighed and explained that tracking down Nectar was incredibly tough, since it only comes as a reward for high-level quests given to elite, level 5 superhumans, but Kim threatened to walk out right then. Choi quickly panicked and begged him to stay, promising he would find a way to honor their contract. In reality, Kim had anticipated this response all along, knowing the director would track down a Nectar quest. He calmly asked what the mission actually was. The director slid a tablet across the desk, asking if Kim had ever heard of Number 1 Security. Kim shook his head, admitting he had never heard of them and figured they were just an average firm. Choi clarified that they are a massive private military enterprise, one of the biggest, run by a husband and wife who both come from legendary traditional martial arts families. The young warrior found it strange that such an elite family would desperately need outside help. That was when Choi revealed that the real source of the trouble was their son. The director explained that the boy was already over 20, yet he had still never awakened his superhuman powers. Kim was baffled, wondering how that was even possible given his powerful heritage. These prestigious martial arts families, Troy explained that their son had reached level 8 mana, but somehow he still failed to awaken. The client requested a rank 1 warrior, which ended up being a perfect fit for Kim. Upon hearing this, a smug smile crossed the hunter's face as he accepted. Soon after, inside a gorgeous and lavish estate, Director Choi waited. He nervously tapped his foot, noting how unusually late the clients were. Meanwhile, Kim could only think about the staggering price of the mansion. Suddenly, an elegant woman approached them and apologized for the delay. The wealthy clients had finally arrived, Seo Yoonju and his wife, Lee Miri. Director Choi bowed quickly, assuring them it was no trouble at all. Kim followed suit, instantly realizing that this couple were high-rank superhumans. They easily radiated the dense mana of level 6 superhumans. Yoonju, the husband, scoffed, pointing out how weak Kim looked. His wife Miri scolded him and urged him to head back upstairs. Though the husband grumbled, he sat down anyway while she took over the meeting. Miri then invited both Kim and the director to make themselves comfortable as well. Kim sat down, stating he first needed to inspect their son's current condition. He wanted to know what exactly was blocking the boy's awakening. An annoyed Yoonju slammed his fist down hard on the table. He barked, demanding why they would share family secrets with a rookie. Miri quickly calmed her husband, explaining he was just stressed. She apologized, admitting that their son's situation was a sensitive matter. If Kim agreed to the contract, they would bring the boy out. Besides, she knew the young man desperately needed their special nectar. Kim analyzed the situation, a hidden family problem, a tight deadline. These elite parents knew exactly how to entice a hunter like him. Piece by piece, the truth of their request was becoming crystal clear. Confident, Kim accepted the mission and asked to meet their son. Right on cue, the heavy doors opened and a boy walked in. The young boy introduced himself as Seo Woojin, and Kim stood up to greet him. Though he sensed absolutely zero mana radiating from the young man, Kim immediately spotted something unusual, commenting on the boy's heavy glove. Woojin smiled weakly, calling the accessory far more than he deserved. Kim smiled back, noting that it was actually a highly advanced mana seal. This sudden deduction completely shocked the family, but the warrior just smiled. The warrior calmly explained that the unique glove was a total dead giveaway. Even though it was a critical secret for such a noble household, they intentionally sought out a low-level hunter. The nectar was bait. Kim confidently laid out the truth, exposing that young Woojin had a massive secret. He had been baptized by the order of the old priest. But because he rejected the blessing, he was forced to seal his mana. This was all to avoid the deadly divine fever in secret. They must have heard rumors of a rank 1 player surviving it, which is exactly why they desperately tracked down Kim for help. Woojin stood there utterly stunned by the warrior's incredible deduction. He praised Kim as incredible, saying no further explanation was needed, almost as if Kim were a detective straight out of a show. Kim shrugged it off, calling it a simple matter of reading the room, knowing there was absolutely nothing to fear. Once you already know the future, seeing that photo had revealed everything to him. In the timeline ahead, Seo Woojin was destined to become the vanguard paladin for the Order of the Old Priest, though the boy initially fought off their baptism. He ultimately surrendered to the cult once his parents lost all their powers. Watching him, Youngju approached Kim with deep respect, begging to know if there was any way to save his son from that forced baptism. Kim marveled at how this one surrogate man had suddenly turned so incredibly humble. Begging for help, Kim assured him he had a plan, keeping his real thoughts private. With 10,000 hours logged in Arcane Soul, he obviously knew the escape route. Resting a hand on the young man's shoulder, Kim told him he understood that exact pain, having survived it himself. He urged Woojin to trust him completely from here on. He was going to rescue him. Flooded with relief, Woojin burst into tears, sobbing as he thanked Kim. Kim did not care if that woman was a saint. She dared to try and baptize his future subordinate into a disgusting cult. But now Woojin belonged to him, pulling back from the emotional hug. Kim smiled. Before starting the treatment, however, he had one small condition. The parents questioned him, but the boy's mother cut in, saying she understood. She realized this was no longer about awakening, but about surviving. The lethal divine fever. Kim then named his actual condition. They must teach him the legendary mountain-shattering swordsmanship. He kept smiling warmly while Director Choi grew visibly tense. Muri stepped closer to Kim, coldly asking if he truly understood what he was demanding. Kim was instantly shaken by her aura, sweating under that suffocating killing intent. The vice president felt infinitely more terrifying than the president himself right now. He knew exactly why she was furious. The mountain-shattering swordsmanship was no joke. While some might question practicing ancient sword techniques in the high-tech 21st century, in this world, sheer strength is ultimate authority. A top-tier superhuman swordsman could easily obliterate a heavy military tank. And elite martial artists were basically equivalent to an entire fighter jet squadron, worth trillions of won, if a level 1 superhuman mastered and trained in this specific style, they could easily leap straight to level 4. It was basically an absolute cheat code. Kim recalled that only the absolute elite were permitted to learn it, had he pushed his luck too far. Right then Woojin called out to his mother, prompting her to pull back her terrifying pressure. Finally, Mirai relented, agreeing to the terms. She promised that if he succeeded, he would receive a memory chip containing the forbidden swordsmanship, along with the precious nectar. Leaving Kim completely stunned, he thanked her politely, knowing that Mirai had genuinely looked ready to murder him moments ago, but he had secured his prize. Mirai coldly added a warning: if he failed, she and her husband would make him pay dearly. Kim smoothly assured them that wouldn't happen, urging that they begin the treatment immediately. Together, they made their way to. Inside was a room containing a mana-focus circle and 200 intermediate grade potions. Mary explained that she had prepared everything Kim had requested. Kim agreed this was plenty, adding he preferred being alone during the treatment. The mother then apologized deeply for her hostile behavior from earlier. She explained that her son, Woojin, was forcibly baptized before he even started school, meaning he never had any chance to make friends, let alone go on a family picnic. He suffered, locked away in his room. Mary admitted that keeping him locked away had made them hypersensitive to the situation, promising to leave everything completely in Kim's hands from now on. The warrior reflected that, in the end, this family had suffered because of the saint's trap. Woojin thanked his mother, saying he was fine. Meanwhile, the warrior recalled that in the game, he would eventually oppose this family, becoming a cold and ruthless person, feeling a bit guilty. For them, Kim reassured the mother, promising to finish the treatment. No matter what, left alone, Kim announced they were ready to start. Woojin asked what he should do. The warrior noticed the boy trembling and told him to calm down, but Woojin assumed he'd face painful injections and shocks to awaken his power. Kim then asked what treatments they had tried so far. The boy explained that curing the divine fever meant drinking nectar after awakening, but since he had massive mana reserves, the fever was extreme. Trying to reassure the kid, the warrior knelt and told him not to worry, but insisted he keep everything he saw a total secret. The boy promised, and the treatment began. First, Kim had to expand his mana barrier to its absolute limit, weakening it. The boy soon whimpered from the sudden, intense heat. Ignoring Woojin's cries, Kim uncorked the potions in his hands and chugged them down, casually throwing the empty bottles behind his back. Without looking, he popped 2 more, grimacing at the absolutely disgusting taste. After slamming down several vials, he triggered his special skill, Potion Addiction, boosting his incoming damage and accelerating his mana drain, while multiplying the potion effects to insane levels. Fully focused now, Kim cast his Area of Darkness skill, shielding a specific spot. Then he wiped his mouth, declaring the divine fever was now pushed back. Outside the barrier, Woojin cheered in awe, but Kim warned him. It was far too early to celebrate. He explained the next crucial step required the boy to remove his mana-sealing glove, putting his hand outside the shield so Kim could hold it. Woojin warned that their divine fevers would trigger a violent resonance. Kim stepped out of the safe zone, claiming his own fever was manageable inside the barrier. He commanded the boy to stop asking questions and just follow orders. Realizing this was the first time he had ever removed the glove, Woojin slowly slipped it off, and the resonance triggered immediately. As raw energy surged, Kim marveled at the boy's monstrous mana capacity. It was terrifying, yet despite the fear, he knew he must act. He steeled himself to grab Woojin's hand. Instantly, agonizing pain struck. A sudden shockwave hit him, far more intense than when the saint baptized him. It felt as though his bones were shattering, forcing him to focus every ounce of strength just to endure. Ignoring both the pain and the burning divine fever, Kim lunged toward the barrier, crashing right on top of Woojin, gasping for breath. He squeezed the boy's hand tightly, gasping out that the plan was a success. With that, he unlocked the skill damage absorption, which allowed him to absorb damage meant for others. Woojin noted that even without his glove on, the feeling was tolerable. Kim grinned, explaining that this was exactly why they did it, siphoning off the boy's divine fever he weakened. Its power, drawing his sword, the warrior declared they had reached the final stage. He told Woojin to keep attacking and not stop until he finally awakened. The boy agreed, ready to use the secret swordsmanship he had practiced since childhood. He quickly took a stance and struck at Kim's arms. Woojin slipped behind the warrior, who was shocked by the boy's incredible power. He had shattered an iron gauntlet with a wooden sword, instantly unlocking the protect trait. Still, Kim knew a direct hit would put him in critical condition. It was a ridiculous thought, considering Woojin had not even awakened yet. The boy's sword closed in, leaving Kim struggling to read his opponent's style. Dodging the strikes was becoming nearly impossible, unable to avoid the next blow. He fell to his knees, and in that moment, he unlocked the evasion trait. Realizing Woojin was finally about to awaken, Kim had to act fast. The boy's mana gathered with violent intensity, and both the sword and his body began to glow with a bright light. He had achieved an SSR rank trait. Called one with the sword, Kim realized Woojin had reached the legendary state where the weapon becomes a true extension of yourself, a power far too great for a simple warrior. Oddly enough, the boy seemed to be in a complete trance. Kim knew that a direct hit from this blow would easily end his life. He had to activate every defensive skill he possessed, focusing his barriers directly onto both of his arms. Using the room's mana circle, he combined two powerful skills to block the incoming attack. The force of the collision was massive, throwing him backward, but a shield formed where he stood. Kim had successfully obtained the mana shield trait by merging the mana barrier and protect skills. Woojin's incredible power in his new state had nearly killed Kim, yet the boy only let out a quiet groan. To the warrior's absolute surprise, the boy's eyes suddenly cleared up, and he simply collapsed to the floor. Kim approached him, thoroughly irritated, asking how he could fall asleep so peacefully after almost killing him. He saw the boy was sound asleep, realizing he had just lost control. After awakening, Kim began to ponder how this changed the game's story. Woojin was normally a powerful SSR character, but because he awakened as a warrior instead of a paladin, he gained a different skill. Kim worried he had created a monster by changing the boy's destiny. He had no idea how this would affect the future timeline. At least Woojin was born into a wealthy family and had massive thrive as the story progressed. On the other hand, Woojin was born wealthy, with immense. He had gained some power and secured a favor, not a bad deal at all. Shortly after, Woojin's mother, Miri, celebrated with a massive sigh of relief. Her son had survived the divine fever, prompting both parents to thank the warrior. Kim brushed it off, calmly stating that success was always his plan. Meanwhile, Choi wasted no time sucking up to his master. Woojin remained asleep. His mother noted that it had been ages since they saw him resting. Sleep so peacefully, admitting she had no idea how to repay this massive debt. Her husband, Jongju, smiled warmly, promising that on top of the promised nectar and the memory chip with the swordsmanship skills, he had another reward. He would provide a generous bonus. Kim tried to act humble, but they insisted that he take a bonus of 1 billion, calling it a small price to pay for saving their child's life, not wanting to insult them. Kim ultimately accepted the money. Later, while riding in the car, Choi teased that his master had basically hit the jackpot. Kim laughed, agreeing that the kid's parents were incredibly generous while behind the wheel. The director asked if he would consume the legendary potion immediately. Kim nodded, explaining he wanted to step away from clearing dungeon raids for a bit. Choi understood completely, knowing his master wanted to lay low and avoid drawing the attention of the hostile high priest. The director warned That rivals would hunt his treasure, but suggested refining. The potion first would yield way more magic power, Kim silently agreed, plotting to use the upgrade item to boost his warrior stats. Rather than just healing a simple illness, pulling up to the hotel, Choi said farewell, promising to gather the necessary tools for the purification, and advising his master to wait, but Kim had other plans. He smiled and thanked the man, but the second he was alone, he popped the cork. He was going to swallow the raw elixir right then and there. His move was driven by pure paranoia. The Stag Guild betrayal proved how cruel this world really was, and he could not trust the director to stay loyal. Besides, with passive abilities like drug resistance and mana absorption, he could easily maximize the magic elixir's effects on his own. Knocking it back, Kim tossed the empty glass aside and was instantly overwhelmed by absolute agony. It felt like every muscle fiber inside him was being shredded and rebuilt, while a massive surge of energy flooded into his core. Tormented by the raw power, his eyes shot open as a blinding flash of light engulfed the room. He had officially advanced to level 2 superhuman status after purifying the fever. Using the elixir, he also unlocked the legendary Black Flame skill, a top-tier technique that now sat alongside his mountain-shattering sword style. Satisfied with his new build, Kim planned to test his skills. But his smartphone suddenly buzzed. He raised an eyebrow, highly confused, wondering why Director Choi was messaging him so suddenly. Initially, he planned to ignore the alerts and keep training, but they kept spamming his inbox. Checking the screen, Kim stared at some bizarre comments telling him to level up and ignore the haters. He assumed it was. It seemed like spam at first, since the director rarely texted him. However, he spotted a few odd capital letters that spelled out a hidden plea to escape the gang. Kim realized the director was now captured by the Dagger Gang, the main rivals of the Iron Fist. He figured that if Choi wanted to betray him, he would have called to stall. This distress signal meant the director was caught while trying to retrieve the equipment. Kim hesitated, briefly tempted to just ignore the whole mess. He already had his precious nectar, and in this ruthless world, everyone had to fend for themselves. But then, a sudden scream, echoing from a dark, nearby alleyway, quickly caught his attention. Inside, a thug growled that Choi was incredibly stubborn for keeping quiet all night about where the rookie superhuman was hiding, but Choi insisted that he signed a contract out of trust and he would never betray him. The torturer sighed, claiming he hated being messy, but Choi left him no choice. He raised an axe, asking which arm Choi wanted to lose, his right or left, warning that silence meant losing the right one first. Right at that precise moment, a massive explosion violently shook the entire building. The startled thug demanded to know what happened as a bloody subordinate burst in, yelling that a crazy bastard was attacking them, high above a sniper scope locked onto the room as Kim launched highly explosive grenades at the structure. He muttered that these lowlifes had definitely picked the wrong target. In this ruthless game world, you simply do not abandon a partner who keeps their promises. His mind was fully made up. The war was officially starting. Right now, he launched another round, which absolutely tore through the gang's territory. Panic-stricken thugs scrambled outside, desperately shouting to find where the attacks were coming from and demanding someone kill the shooter. Observing the chaos, Kim smirked as they poured out of the building like angry cockroaches. Though the place looked like an ordinary apartment block, Kim knew every secret. This was the Dagger Gang's notorious dungeon, dark zone he had already farmed until he could navigate it blindfolded. It spanned 6 different buildings, but since this was just a basic tutorial, he knew he could clear it effortlessly. Gearing up, the veteran decided to show these amateurs how a true pro completes a mission. Down below, confused gang members searched frantically to locate the hidden threat. One grunt wondered if the strike was ordered by the Iron Fist. Syndicate, since only those lunatics would dare pull a stunt like this. He swore to rip the attacker limb from limb the moment he caught them, but his angry threat was suddenly cut short by a bizarre rustling sound behind him. Investigating the dumpster, he saw nothing until a powerful hand gripped his face and slammed him brutally into the concrete. Kim chuckled at how the target never even recognized him, even while looking straight at him. It turned out that playing dead combined with stealth was the ultimate strategy for infiltration, while the rest of the fools screamed outside. He would slip into the main facility using a hidden side passage. His main goal was avoiding unnecessary combat, knowing the Dagger Gang would. The thugs kept hostages on the 5th floor, right next to the boss room. There was still a long way to go. Kim crept forward, trying to stay hidden. But his stealthy approach shattered when a loud alarm blared, warning of intruders. The entire syndicate was ordered to arm themselves and gather immediately. Kim grumbled, deeply annoyed that his cover was blown so quickly. Rushing through a nearby door, he found gangsters already setting up heavy weapons. Armed with miniguns, they stood no chance as Kim fired to instantly disarm them. While they cursed and struggled to fight back, Kim casually tossed a grenade. The explosive blast rocked the entire floor, but Kim knew this wasn't enough. Taking the slow route was never his style, and one grenade was child's play. So he tossed all his remaining explosives, triggering a massive chain reaction. With a smug smirk, he hoped they appreciated his explosive little parting gift. As the thick smoke cleared, he surveyed the bodies scattered across the floor. He wondered if anyone survived. Knowing he couldn't let his guard down, he stayed alert. That paranoia saved him when a bloody survivor suddenly pulled out a gun. The thug screamed for Kim to die and fired a shot directly at his face. But Kim dodged the bullet effortlessly, thanks to a newly unlocked passive trait. Armed with this crucial sensory skill, Kim calmly told the gunman his time was up. He swiftly knocked the thug cold and declared that the small fry were finished. It was finally time to head up. Kim began climbing the stairs to the next level. He reached the 4th floor with little trouble, but knew better than to relax. The real danger started right here. The elite guards would surely be waiting. He expected the syndicate's deadliest fighters to guard the area just below the boss. Peeking around the corner to scope out the situation, Kim froze in pure disbelief. The entire floor was deserted. Even the barracks and resting areas were dead silent. This eerie quiet screamed trap. Realizing the danger, Kim activated his focus trait. He strained to listen for movement above, but instead, a faint hum caught his attention. A small military drone was hovering right in front of him. Before he could react, the device dropped a flashbang, detonating in a blinding white glare. Kim cursed. The enemy was trying to blind him for a surprise ambush. Sure enough, a stealthy assassin crept up from behind, aiming a lethal strike. It was the Dagger Gang boss himself, mocking Kim and calling him a cornered rat. The boss boasted that he'd finally won, but Kim instantly raised his shield to block. Kim smirked, mockingly asking the assassin who exactly was caught now. Stunned, the assassin leaped back, baffled by how his blade failed to pierce the shield. As the boss retreated, Kim kept taunting him, asking who looked like the rat now. Still, Kim knew this was incredibly dangerous. The boss shouldn't be on this floor. This sudden encounter wasn't in the original game data, but Kim wasn't completely helpless. He had already memorized the boss's attack patterns the moment that flashbang dropped. Kim closed his eyes, anticipating the flash as the opening move of a chain attack. That split-second prediction gave him the window to activate his special sensory traits. Since the boss relied heavily on stealth, Kim needed his senses tuned to the absolute maximum. He would have to anticipate every strike using sheer reflex and spatial awareness. The frustrated leader grumbled about the blocked attack, but Kim only chuckled. He told him to stop whining, then calmly drew his extendable staff. He warned that he would make the assassin regret targeting him. Kim lunged forward, attempting a horizontal slash, but the assassin mocked his slow speed. and threw a dagger. The weapon flew dangerously close, but Kim managed to deflect it. He knew that, as expected of a professional assassin, the enemy was incredibly fast, and he only survived thanks to his sensory and focus stats. The assassin's dagger was laced with poison magic. A single scratch would send him straight to his grave. The longer this fight dragged on, the worse it would be for Kim. The assassin called him lucky, promising that if he surrendered now, he would only lose an arm. Kim told him to cut the crap and fight. The gang leader scoffed, noting he could easily tell Kim was just a shooter simply by the clumsy way he held his sword. Kim realized the enemy was deducing his class as a reinforced soldier simply from his use of firearms. Confident, the assassin charged forward, vowing to tear him apart, taking his life in the most agonizing way possible. Kim knew he had only one opportunity now, that the enemy had lowered his guard, raising his katana. And although the assassin mocked his speed once more, Kim turned his face, took a deep breath, and twisted the blade's direction to execute a reverse slash. The assassin never expected a shooter to pull off a combo attack, so he ducked, aiming to counter with his dagger. Kim apologized in his mind because the moment he swapped his skills, he was no longer a shooter. Right now, he was a pure warrior, armed only with swordsmanship, utilizing the first style of the mountain-shattering swordsmanship, activating the mountain-shattering skill. He carved a deep gash across the assassin's shoulder. The assassin screamed, coughing up blood before collapsing to the floor. Kim stood there, panting heavily. The wounded assassin warned Kim that he would lose the moment he lowered his guard, preparing to strike again, insisting the battle was not over yet. Kim wondered if that was his enemy's last trump card, but the assassin suddenly collapsed to the floor, splattering fresh blood across the apartment window. Only then did it become clear that Kim was also injured. With a blade buried deep in his abdomen, the warrior admitted he had let his guard down at the very end, with poison already spreading through his veins. He realized he had to swap his skills immediately. He activated his regeneration abilities to heal the wound in his stomach. Once he recovered, Kim stood up, muttering that while the pain was bearable, it still hurt terribly. At that moment, he overheard the gangsters getting orders to head up and deal with the intruder. Knowing there was no time to lose, Kim decided to get out of the building as fast as possible. Meanwhile, in the Dagger Gang leader's room on the 5th floor, Director Choi fell from his chair, desperately trying to think of how to escape. Suddenly, someone appeared in front of him. It was Kim, asking how the director got caught when he was supposedly so tough. Surprised, Choi asked if the warrior had come to rescue him. Kim stated they needed to escape first, as their enemies were already closing in, and the director quickly agreed. Choi tried to stand on his feet but could barely move. Seeing his miserable state, Kim cursed the gangsters for what they had done and told the director to climb onto his back. Choi tried to object, but the warrior insisted they were in a massive hurry. Carrying him to safety, Kim realized that even after suffering such brutal torture, the director remained loyal. He always thought Arcane Soul was a hellish world, but this genuinely surprised him. People could still surprise him with such noble actions. Soon, they arrive at Kanu's agency. There, Kim downs several healing potions, feeling the effects kick in almost instantly. He not only unlocks the poison resistance skill, but also confirms the toxins are completely gone. Every last drop of poison is gone. Just then, Choi arrives with even more healing drinks. He urges the young warrior to drink his fill, but Kim politely declines, saying he is finished. The director deeply apologizes, explaining that the top-secret intel about the nectar leaked out. It happened while he was preparing it, proving he never should have trusted his own employees. Kim casually shrugs it off, revealing that he drank the legendary nectar anyway. The director is left speechless. Kim calmly explains that without the boost from the nectar, saving him would have been impossible. Choi laments that such a legendary, priceless item was wasted just to rescue him. Kim notes that it wasn't The old man's fault, but decides to let him believe whatever he wants. Right at that moment, a sudden knock echoes at the agency's front door. The director panics, fearing the Dagger Gang has already tracked them down. He frantically asks for a plan. Kim, on the other hand, remains entirely calm, telling them they should warmly welcome their new guests. Opening the front door, he is surprised to find the Iron Fist Gang standing outside with their boss, who is also named Kim. The boss comments that it is absolutely mind-blowing that Kim wiped out the rival Dagger Gang completely solo. Still, he admits he always knew Kim was far from ordinary. The gang boss then asks why he was summoned to the agency. Kim realizes it is finally time to collect his hard-earned reward for this brutal quest. He recalls that in the game lore, the Iron Fist and Dagger gangs were fierce rivals, fighting for total control of the Xylem district. The game tutorial originally required players to assist the Iron Fist faction in exchange for some massive rewards. The gang leader asks if Kim intends to build his own syndicate. Kim instantly denies the rumor, explaining that he summoned him to hand over the defunct Dagger gang's territory to them. The lone warrior prefers working solo and has zero interest in joining the dangerous underworld. Giving away the territory is just the best way to settle his debt. The Iron Fist boss realizes it is an incredible deal where he has absolutely nothing to lose. But it seems far too generous for a simple debt. Kim cracks a joke, saying he is glad they are on the same page. Now ruling the Xylem area, the boss insists on granting Kim a single favor. Kim thinks about what he truly wants: a safe place to call home, something everyone desires. He explains that since he fights completely solo in this unforgiving world, he needs a secure hideout, especially after taking a brutal stab wound to the stomach during his last battle. The gang leader agrees instantly, grateful that Kim eliminated their biggest rival faction, and highly praises his direct attitude. He then asks what kind of property Kim wants, offering a luxury mansion or a high-end apartment, but Kim politely declines, specifying that he requires a highly secure, isolated, and soundproof home, complete with a private training facility in the basement. The boss smiles and says he has the perfect place matching that exact description, which thrills Kim. Located on the quiet outskirts of Xylem, right on Ganubang Peak, Kim instantly recognizes it as the legendary starter base from the game Arcane Soul. Now sitting at his brand new desk, Kim fully savors the incredible feeling of having a real home. He takes in the crisp air and the stunning view, absolutely mesmerized by the mansion's sheer scale. It's a far cry from when he first dropped into Arcane Soul, completely lost and facing a massive hospital bill of around 20 million won. But now he doesn't just own a palace-like mansion, he's also sitting on all that cash he took from the security chief and director Choi. It's enough to cover medical bills for an entire year. But as we know in Arcane Soul, there is zero time to relax. Once the main storyline kicks off, ruthless villains like the Saint of the Old Priest's Order will arrive to wreck the entire city, so he grabs his trusty pickaxe and heads straight underground to the training room. It was time to uncover the actual reason he bought this estate. He finds a specific spot on the stone wall and starts swinging, hammering the tool into the rock. Much to his shock, the barrier crumbles easily. He quickly realizes his mining ability is performing incredibly well, which will definitely speed up his progress. Kim begins tunneling down at top speed, grumbling that he never expected the hidden treasure to be buried this deep when playing the game. Still, he doesn't even consider quitting and stays focused on finishing up fast. Right then, a strange glowing fluid begins weeping from the rock, and Kim eagerly drinks it. The liquid floods his system with pure energy. He loves the flavor, feeling his wounds mend instantly. This is the incredible power of the hidden mana spring, a spot bursting with life force. Even players at zero health can bounce back fast by soaking in these waters, curing almost any status debuff with its amazing healing properties. The mansion on Ganubang was actually the only spot where he could exploit this powerful resource for free, Kim notes. That buying this place took a lot of work, but unlike the actual game, where everything got resolved with one simple tap, this water feels intensely real and brimming with vital energy. Drawing one of his trusty blades, he realizes the spring is the ultimate zone for training. He can instantly recover whenever his stamina bottoms out and jump right back in. The moment had arrived to start the ultimate high-efficiency grind designed specifically for free-to-play users. As night settled over his estate, Kim noted that 2 full weeks had passed since he shut himself away. Throughout that grueling period, he learned to summon the black flame effortlessly. Feeling the magical energy coat his blade, he raised it and unleashed the 3 forms of the mountain-shattering style in order. First, Mountain Crusher, then the deadly lunge of Mountain Splitter, and finally the piercing thrust. By now, Kim was completely comfortable blending his sword techniques directly with the dark fire, along with some incredible new traits gained during his intense session. He had checked off his primary goal. Yet there was still one crucial milestone left: finding a mana cultivation method. Had he purified the spring water first, he might have unlocked level 3 superhuman status. Since he remains at level 2, some unprocessed power is still lingering inside him. To fully absorb that latent energy and step into level 3, he absolutely required that specific technique. The catch was acquiring one is nearly impossible, a scroll-like that runs tens of billions. Luckily, he was the only player who knew about a secret technique hidden inside Kim Chunbok's antiques. Armed with that plan in mind, he made his way to Shinwon Market where the shop stood. But when he arrived, Kim immediately spotted something highly unusual about the front door. He wondered why the place was shut, but things were far more serious. The entrance was locked tight with a monocle, keeping everyone out. Meanwhile, the Shinwon Market was famous for housing the most shops in the region, a place where one could find absolutely anything. Inside the game, during business hours, it was always open no matter what. But looking past the shuttered antique shop, Kim noticed that nearly all the other shops had closed down too, transforming the bustling market into a ghost town. It made him wonder if the world of Arcane Soul was starting to change from the game he remembered. Nearby, a man squatted beside a shop door, prompting Kim to approach and ask if market business was struggling lately, noting that even the owner of the only open shop didn't seem to be doing well. The merchant snapped, asking if he couldn't see the situation by just looking around. With thugs fighting out here every day, it's impossible for shopkeepers to do business. Kim noted this was their turf, which prompted the owner to start cursing the Iron Fist Gang. He explained that ever since the Dagger Gang was eliminated, the smaller syndicates had been clashing daily to seize control of the area. Kim muttered to himself, they were fighting among themselves. In the game's original story, the Iron Fist Gang personally crushed the Dagger Gang and claimed the territory for themselves, which naturally placed the Shinwon Market under their rule. This time, however, he was the one who eliminated the Dagger Gang. Consequently, the market had turned into a war zone, with rival gangs trying to grab power. Questioning the fallout of his own actions, the swordsman decided to go investigate the brawl. He discovered members of 2 gangs locked in a fierce clash. The leader of the attacking group, the vice chief of the poison gang known as the Steel Scorpion, barked that this territory was theirs, telling the Iron Fist Gang to crawl back to their own turf. Member of the Iron Fist spat an insult back, but was interrupted by the arrival of another figure who demanded to know who was making a mess in his territory. A pack of guys wearing only underwear suddenly showed up. The Steel Scorpion sneered that the freaks had arrived. The leader of this bizarre crew, man known as the Exhibitionist and vice chief of the Bear Gang, declared that this entire territory was his too. The Steel Scorpion spat at him to shut up and beat it, but the Exhibitionist calmly asked if they wanted to Keep committing this absolute sacrilege, a terrified member of the Iron Fist gang realized he needed to escape as fast as his legs could carry him. Just then, Kim stepped forward, commenting on the noise, and was instantly recognized as the person who defeated the entire Dagger gang, but the swordsman simply told the thug to get up and do his job before ordering the other rowdy thugs to stop fighting and back him up. Kim told the shivering Iron Fist thug to pull himself together, offering to help him clean up these streets and return the market to normal. Infuriated, the Steel Scorpion demanded to know who he thought he was, while the exhibitionist questioned if that was an. Looking at them, Kim figured going all out would guarantee a win. But doing so might accidentally hurt the nearby merchants. He decided he needed to display his power carefully, immediately stepping into a combat stance. Watching him, the Scorpion recognized his techniques, the mountain crushing swordsmanship and divine fever. The exhibitionist suddenly realized this was the warrior who wiped out the Dagger gang alone. Kim admitted it was true, offering them a deal they simply could not refuse. To resolve this tension, a series of duels. The vice leader of the Poison Gang asked if he took her for a fool who would fight a warrior directly. Kim quickly reassured her they would compete in whatever skill she felt most comfortable with. He then stepped right in front of the exhibitionist for the first challenge and asked if his opponent's specialty was mind control, stating that if he could resist the mind control, the victory would be his. The naked leader, however, said it was an honor and instead of fighting, begged Kim to join his cult of the primordial goddess. Kim openly wondered why anyone joined such a repulsive group, since their faith was not among the 7 major ones, nor was it even second tier. It was just a random cult, he declared. He would never join a fake religion not recognized by the Treaty of West. Phalia, insulted, the naked gang's leader muttered that such arrogance was expected from an unbeliever, promising to reshape Kim's mind with the deep love of his goddess. Activating his mental power, he commanded Kim to get down and kneel to receive the goddess. Instantly, Kim felt the weight of mind control, a signature power of the priest class. His eyes narrowed as a sudden urge to submit washed over him, but Kim instantly shattered the psychic grip with a powerful punch straight to the exhibitionist's face, sending him crashing to the ground. Groaning, Kim silently noted that even legendary saints had failed to control him. Watching their leader fall, the naked gang members quickly chose to flee. Kim then turned to the Steel Scorpion, who admitted he was pretty impressive. Still, she warned him that her poison gang was on a whole different level than those weirdos. Kim dismissed her warning, saying they would only find out once they actually started. Since her specialty was poison, he dared her to serve him her strongest brew. The girl scoffed, saying if he was eager to throw his life away, she would gladly assist. An Iron Fist member warned that drinking poison was a death sentence, but Kim remained totally confident that he would survive. The Steel Scorpion then held out a poisoned cup and declared that if he survived, he won. The warrior instantly recognized the lethal picnic knockout, known to cause the most excruciating pain of all her creations. He loudly complained about the awful smell, explicitly warning her that he would punch her if he lived. The woman laughed, telling him not to beg for the antidote once it hit him. Kim downed the cup, stating that would never happen. Instantly, the violent poison began destroying his body, causing him to collapse to the floor. Feeling his blood boil, he heard her ask if he felt the poison yet, mocking him to beg for his life like a dog for the cure. But Kim simply ignored her to focus, knowing his basic poison resistance was useless here. This toxin was brewed with a rare medical formula. His plan: tank the damage using his passive healing trait. He needed to stabilize the venom. The Steel Scorpion watched in absolute shock as he gathered the toxic energy into his arm. Suddenly, Kim unlocked medicine resistance and knew he was good to go. This new skill let him control the deadly venom using pure mana. Next, he sliced open his own palm, letting the black sludge drain onto the dirt. The iron fist thug stared, realizing Kim had forced all the venom into one spot, to purge it. Meanwhile, the steel scorpion stood frozen in disbelief, her mind completely blown. Kim casually grabbed her wrist and mocked her pathetic little toxin. Now it was his turn to play. Without hesitating, he snapped her finger. She shrieked, dropping to the dirt as her mechanical arm clattered away. The beaten villain glared up, snarling that he would pay for this insult. Kim scoffed, telling her to stop whining like a sore loser and beat it. She limped away, vowing to get her revenge later. As the Iron Fist gang went wild, chanting the name of their savior, Kim was already planning his next move. Winning was a foregone conclusion. What actually mattered was the aftermath. Over on the sidelines, local merchants muttered in relief, though they still feared future extortion from the gang. Kim strolled over to one of the thugs and, after receiving some praise, stepped up to make a huge announcement to the entire marketplace. He decreed that their new protection tax would be sliced in half. The thug whined that they would barely make a dime at that rate. But Kim shot him a look, asking if he wanted to argue. The petrified thug quickly backtracked, claiming his leader would gladly agree. The surrounding merchants rejoiced, praising Kim as the ultimate hero of the market. Kim brushed it off, claiming he just wanted a few cheap deals, while secretly noting that this massive hub had every item imaginable. The sellers eagerly offered him an 80% discount on everything, which instantly boosted his reputation's status with the local shopkeepers. Mission accomplished, he headed straight to Chunbok's antique shop, where the old owner greeted him warmly. Rumors of the market's savior had already reached his ears, while Kim played it cool. The shopkeeper lamented how much trouble those street thugs caused. He explained that he had shut down his store after getting caught in a brawl and breaking his arm. Luckily, he found a highly skilled therapist whose treatment saved him from a lengthy hospital stay. This immediately caught Kim's attention, prompting him to ask about local healers. The old shopkeeper offered to set up an introduction, but Kim declined. Wanting to complete some business first, the merchant gestured to the shelves. But the young warrior cut straight to the chase, demanding the basement stock instead. Stunned, the old man asked how he knew about it. Kim smirked, keeping his secrets to himself. The old man had no idea he was dealing with a seasoned player. Chunbok then guided them toward a restricted door, making a special exception for the market's hero before unveiling a secret stash of powerful magical artifacts. Kim smiled, knowing that the old merchant kept rare items from his glory days, above all, the legendary horn of the Elder God, a legendary artifact containing a sealed, ancient cultivation technique. Having secured his main target, Kim started gathering other useful gear, piling it on the counter. The merchant praised his sharp, discerning eye. For loot, his haul included 5 colored diamonds, some magic goggles, a magic glove, and the Elder God horn, all extremely rare. The total cost was 2 billion won, which stunned Kim, but Chunbok explained that was just the stranger rate. Since Kim was basically the market's savior, he would offer a special price of 500 million. Kim joked about getting a massive fright and handed over the cash, loving the 80% discount for being the town's favorite player. Now all Kim needed was to find a priest-class superhuman to break the horn's sacred seal. Luckily, he already knew exactly where to look. He asked Chunbok for the address of the Sheng therapist mentioned before. Later that evening, Kim arrived at a quiet, built-up district and street and knocked on the designated door. Getting no response, he pressed his ear against the wood, wondering if the man was out. Suddenly, the door flew open, and a voice asked what he wanted at this hour. Noting the stranger's pale skin and white hair, Kim knew he had found his target. He joked that evening had already arrived, but the pale youth at the door ignored him, repeating his blunt question about his business. Kim quickly explained he had heard the man's treatments were incredible. Hearing that praise, the healer instantly brightened, realizing this visitor was a customer, not the thug he expected. He eagerly asked where Kim was hurt. Our hero smirked, finding this frantic reaction entirely predictable. The healer urged him to lie down, but Kim quickly changed the subject, stating he did not need a shung treatment. Instead, he revealed his actual mission, asking the young healer to break a seal on an artifact. Baffled, the young man mumbled about unsealing rare artifacts, arguing that he was just a simple therapist. To break a divine seal, Kim would need to visit a temple. Kim rejected the idea, pointing out those temples would demand an outrageous fee. Instead, he made a direct offer. If the young priest named Kim could break the seal, he would pay him 100 million won. The priest gasped, in shock, demanding to know how this stranger knew his secret identity. Our hero knew his history because Priest Kim was the third character in Arcane Soul tutorial. He served as the cleric of a dead faith, worshipping a god who perished 3,000 years ago. Incredibly, he was among the very few pure souls in this entire universe, with so many corrupt priests active in Arcane Soul. Finding a genuinely kind-hearted holy man was incredibly rare, making him highly valuable. The cleric, still deeply suspicious, demanded to know his source. But the warrior simply smiled, promising to keep his identity a secret. Priest Kim warned that breaking this seal would be difficult. Soon, they both knelt together, feeling quite nervous. The cleric initiated the ritual, drawing the raw energy from the warrior's artifact. Before long, the glowing runes began peeling off the binding, showing Kim that his plan was actually working. Using his pure aura alone, the priest managed to completely shatter the band, liberating the horn of an ancient relic of a god. This artifact granted the power of the Einherjar cultivation technique. Priest Kim stood there shocked that it actually worked, while the warrior celebrated, calling it absolutely excellent. Curious, the priest asked if it was a mana technique, but the warrior simply thanked him. Then he blew the horn, sending a powerful aura through the room. His body began reshaping under the raw energy. Kim noticed the wasted mana trapped inside his body was suddenly being rapidly absorbed. He planted his feet firmly on the floor, feeling the intense power of the technique, as if the quiet of the deep northern sea had flooded his entire body. He figured that in about 2 weeks he could absorb it all and reach level 3 superhuman. Impressed, the priest clapped, noting that he had never seen a warrior class superhuman use a cultivation technique. Kim admitted it was incredibly rare. Seeing how exhausted he was, the priest offered him a bed to rest. Kim agreed, admitting his brain was overloaded with information and that he would stay in the church's care. The priest joked that since he paid a fortune, he could sleep as long as he liked. While resting, Kim realized that this priest was just as kind as he had been in the game. Finding such a loyal ally was amazing, since this connection would pay off later. Soon after, Kim bolted awake in bed, startled by a bizarre sound. He spotted the priest dousing his cash-filled backpack in gasoline and demanded to know what was going on. The priest sparked a lighter and prayed, begging his ancient god to accept this sacrifice and finally return to life. Just as the flame was about to hit the bag, Kim lunged forward, slamming the priest's hand down. He stared in absolute disbelief at the scene, demanding to know what his problem was. The priest insisted he must burn the cash as an offering, claiming his god only accepted money and that it was the sole path to divine power. Kim silently realized that he had no idea the priest was still so misguided, especially since his deity had been dead for 3,000 years. Kim recalled that in the game, this sect had zero influence until he resurrected it himself. He couldn't believe the priest was clueless about how to worship his own deity, so Kim cut in and explained that this ritual was completely wrong. He did not need to burn paper currency, but rather melt down gold. The priest grew skeptical, muttering that it sounded like heresy. Kim fired back, asking if he had even tried And the priest confessed he had not, since his order had set the rules for burning cash ages ago. Kim pointed out that this very routine was why his god remained dead, because melting gold was currently impossible. The warrior offered an alternative method, which instantly sparked the holy man's curiosity. When asked what this option was, Kim answered that since the priest had shared his cultivation secrets, he would return the favor in kind. Now let's look at what they do next. A pot of yellow liquid bubbled. Hesitated, muttering that this was wrong, but Kim urged him to trust the liquid gold, promising a massive surge of holy strength. Sensing that his deity was truly calling out through Kim's words, the priest took a sip. Down went the liquid, and instantly he felt a strange shift within his body. Kneeling on the floor, his straight hair began to spike as a strange glow enveloped him. When Kim asked how he felt, the priest shouted in pure euphoria, claiming the effect was far better than burning millions of one. The warrior explained that his growth would only accelerate faster with this new method. Deeply grateful for this priceless information, the priest wanted to pay for it. Remembering a valuable possession, he handed a necklace to Kim. The warrior recognized the item as a sacred artifact imbued with a powerful healing trait and happily accepted. This was turning out way more profitable than expected. Kim realized the priest's order was a goldmine for lucrative quests, so he asked if the priest would pray with him, offering to pay for the holy service. But in reality, Kim knew he now practically owned this priest. Now fast forward a week, and the priest was begging Kim to stop, claiming his entire body felt like it was turning to gold, but Kim warned him that he needed to consume even more. The priest panicked, fearing mana poisoning from such rapid power growth, but the warrior quickly assured him that it was impossible, telling him to keep praying. Secretly, Kim knew there was absolutely nothing to worry about, since the 4 tutorial characters possessed completely unique resources. Just as Kim had his pure body, this priest would never suffer from mana poisoning, allowing him to grow at light speed. Finally, Kim announced that his training was complete. A surge of powerful mana erupted, lighting up the entire room with a glow so blinding that Kim had to shield his eyes. The priest was stunned to find he had reached level 3, a rank that let him prepare an apostle. The warrior noted that at this rate, it would not take long for the priest to become a true apostle of his god. The priest humbly replied he still had a long way to go, but Kim insisted he was ready. With his vast divine experience and level 3 status, he had to call a regional assembly to be officially recognized as a bishop. Remembering his massive debt, the priest tried to thank him, but Kim waved it off, claiming he only wanted to help. Secretly, however, he knew keeping the priest indebted was better, especially if he became an archbishop with access to divine artifacts. Seizing the moment, the priest hesitantly asked for a favor. He was organizing the assembly but felt uneasy going alone, so he wondered if Kim would act as his bodyguard. Kim happily agreed, telling him to relax while planning his next move. With the priest fully powered, his own quest could begin. The following day, inside a grand church, other priests gathered to congratulate Kim for achieving level 3. He thanked them while the warrior noticed how pathetic the turnout was. Very few people had actually showed up. Suddenly, a man kicked the doors open, loudly mocking the pitiful crowd. It was the High Bishop of the Order, demanding to know who gave this priest the authority to organize a regional assembly. The priest replied that any ordained member held that right, but the bishop sneered, saying that rule only applied to true priests, not apostates. Stunned, the young man questioned the harsh accusation, but the bishop argued that leveling up so fast was impossible. Just 3 months using normal methods, he accused him of selling out his brothers to obtain greater divine power. The priest tried to deny it, claiming he had simply discovered a better way to level up, but the bishop told him to shut up, refusing to hear any more excuses, and ordered his soldiers to Arrest him. Right then, Kim stepped in, saying they seemed to be terrified of a simple boy. Stunned, the soldiers demanded to know who this warrior was, and he calmly introduced himself as the priest's bodyguard. Irritated, the bishop yelled that this was internal business, and they did not need any outsider's interference. Kim shot back that as a bodyguard, he wasn't a stranger, and the old man's logic made no sense at all. The priest tried to explain that his purification method was actually quite simple, using only molten gold, but the bishop deemed the act completely unholy and evil. The young priest argued that there was nothing sinful about it since God had allowed it. The furious bishop branded Kim a heretic and began channeling a spell, declaring he would personally purge him as an offering to God. He commanded Kim to repent for his sins in the eternal flames, then unleashed his magic, causing a massive explosion in the courtyard. The followers were shocked by the blast, but Kim simply complained that attacking someone without a warning was nothing short of blasphemy. Stunned, the bishop demanded to know how his spell had been blocked. In response, Kim asked if he was absolutely sure it was wise to strike an apostle candidate. Even more enraged, the old man snapped, asking how a heretic could ever become an apostle. The priest, confused, admitted he did not understand what Kim meant by candidate. Kim told him not to worry, just to swallow the gold and pray. The bishop roared for Kim to get back if he did not want to burn along with him, but the bodyguard warned him that if the young priest proved to be an apostle, the bishop would be completely helpless. Right then, a blinding, holy light flooded the hall as the priest began his prayers. The bishop, watching in sheer disbelief, wondered if he was witnessing the true ascension of an apostle. Kim realized this surprise was the reason he had never let the priest become an apostle. The day before, he had concluded that the old man was not only incompetent but deeply jealous of the priest, which was why he needed to get rid of him immediately. The true trigger for the priest's awakening was to swallow a golden artifact belonging to another order, and with the bishop now trapped by accusations of blasphemy, the setup was perfect. Kim called out to his new master, leaving everyone in the hall dumbfounded. Kim pointed his blade at the bishop, declaring that in the presence of their new apostle, it was time to punish the real heretics. He told the priest to ask God how they should punish a man who, driven by jealousy, took the life of a fellow bishop and even framed his own son as a heretic to damn him to hell. Terrified, the bishop demanded to know how Kim knew that. The priest then received a divine message declaring that God had commanded him to execute the corrupt old bishop. Kim rested his heavy blade on the bishop's shoulder, noting that since it was a divine command, he had to obey. With one swift strike, he cut down the bishop. The surrounding soldiers panicked, utterly confused about what was happening, while the worshippers whispered anxiously among themselves. Kim silently reflected on taking the man's life before he could cause any more trouble. The priest tried to argue that the man was still a bishop of the order, but Kim showed no mercy, saying he deserved his fate. The bodyguard then asked what God's new order actually was. The priest explained God ordered him to go to the Levant region, where the order first began, and offer him gold there. Kim noted that taking the gold was smart and that the priest should go expand his influence. While Kim saw this as penance for the priest's past sins, the priest confessed he did not know how to repay his massive debt, but promised a parting gift from the church storeroom before he left. Now outside, Kim felt pretty good about helping the priest, especially after receiving some insanely valuable rewards. He finally scored his first R rank holy sword worth billions. On top of that, he got a divine statue that projects a sanctuary around his location. This sanctuary is an ability that turns any area into a safe zone at the owner's command. If an enemy dares trespass, they are either instantly expelled or crushed. This meant Kim never had to worry about sneak attacks while training ever again. Clasping his new gear, he decided it was time to test them in the monospring bathtub. Sometime Later, Kim emerged from the bath looking completely drained and exhausted. He muttered that he probably overdid it, realizing the mana spring's healing effects were starting to fade. Even so, he still used the session to refine his inner jar cultivation and mountain splitting swordsmanship, feeling his mana and skill level shoot up. Now, it was finally time to test the results of his training. Choi asked if the superhuman was all right, and Kim nodded, itching for some real action. He asked if there were any active missions he could handle. The director admitted they were facing a highly sensitive crisis, and asked if Kim recalled the first landfill. Kim nodded instantly, since he could never forget the spot where he first witnessed the true terror of the Arcane Soul. The director explained that a whole cleanup team had vanished without a trace, indicating there were at least 6 mutants lurking nearby. Kim asked about the Keepers Association, and Choi revealed that government officials had quietly assigned them the task to prevent public panic. Kim smirked, noting that quite a few heads would roll if this news ever leaked. Before asking what the reward was, Choi admitted the bounty was terrible. Instead of 100 million per mutant, they offered an arcane rifle loaded with a curse debuff. Kim wanted to know what kind of curse they meant, and the director said it directly concerned him, as the weapon belonged to the Order. Kim knew he couldn't pass this up, since gear from the priest's order applied a black flame debuff. He immediately accepted the job, promising to head out right away. Black flames choked the battlefield when Kim finally arrived at the center holding his fire rifle. He muttered that the area was already deeply contaminated after just a few days, sensing something highly unusual lingering in the thick air. Blinded by the haze, he prepared for an impending. Kim spotted movement through the heavy smoke. He spun around, but the shadow vanished. It slipped to the other side. Now, monstrous growls echoed from all around. The sounds came from everywhere, making it impossible to track them. Suddenly, a flash of purple light blasted his face. Kim whipped around. He stood face to face with a hideous bat monster and immediately opened fire. He pumped lead into its chest, stomach, and legs, determined to end it. The beast took flight, and though Kim kept shooting, he grew deeply concerned. The creature's wings were completely bulletproof, deflective of every single round. It lunged forward, launching a deadly beam, but the young man barely dodged. Without swapping to his evasion trait, he would have been instantly shredded. Dragging out a fight against a flying, armored beast was a losing battle. He needed a swift resolution. Realizing the danger, Kim lowered his rifle. He focused his sight, aiming directly for the creature's ugly head. He needed just one perfect shot. He pulled the trigger, sending a round. The bullet struck the target, and the beast crashed heavily onto him. Drenched in monster blood, he unlocked the aim trait, securing a massive victory. He was thrilled to gain such a high-tier marksmanship skill, but then, a sound. The ruckus had alerted the other mutants. They were heading right his way. Taking them all on in a direct clash seemed suicidal, but then he smirked. Maybe he actually could pull this off. Kim slipped behind a pillar, cloaking himself. He activated stealth to ambush his foes, but a bizarre creature caught his eye. A slow, writhing mass of slimes was crawling forward, an entire gelatinous army. Looking at the blobs, Kim grinned and muttered that the cuties had arrived. He prepped a grenade, waiting for them to pack tightly together before clearing them. The blast was absolutely massive. He then leveled his rocket launcher and fired. Kim laughed, shouting that he had plenty of ammo left for these freaks. As the slimes blew to pieces, he realized brain over brawn really paid off. But his celebration was short-lived. Kim spotted something off up ahead. These new entities made absolutely zero sound. They moved like silent ghosts. He had not even heard them coming. These were no ordinary mutants. They were undead specters summoned by a necromancer, and they were everywhere. Suddenly, one of the ghouls, holding a battered radio, stepped forward. It called out for Mr. Superhum, requesting a chat. Kim found it bizarre. The radio crackled with static, and he realized a voice was coming through. Someone was broadcasting directly through the speaker. It had to be the mastermind. The necromancer demanded to know why he was trashing his domain. Claiming a toxic, contaminated facility as territory seemed completely insane to Kim. But then pieces started falling into place. He recalled the Caretakers Association. On paper, they were a charitable group dedicated to purifying mana. In truth, they were one of the most notorious villain groups around. Their charity work was just a front to mask their true nature. They pulled the strings in the shadows, committing horrific deeds for power. Kim quickly put two and two together. They were behind this incident too. They wanted to force the government into begging them for assistance. That would massively boost their overall power. They used the incident as an excuse to fire officials who opposed them. The Spectre pointed out that since they had no real reason to fight, Kim should join the Caretakers Association given his impressive skills, but Kim just laughed at the offer, asking if he was supposed to join a mutant terrorist group. The Spectre replied that with his talents, he would easily reach the top ranks. Of their group, the young warrior simply told the necromancer to go to hell, snapping that he hated the organization's name because it wasn't cool at all. Chuckling, the Spectre told Kim he forgot his place, warning him that if he refused to join now, he would join later as a mindless corpse knight. In response, Kim fired his flame rifle, causing a massive explosion in the area. He mockingly agreed with the threat, but then the radio glowed bright red. And the Spectres simply reformed. Kim grumbled to himself, suddenly remembering that normal firearms were useless against Spectres. In that case, he would need a different approach. Kim drew his blade, noting that holy attributes worked wonders on dark monsters. Shocked, the Spectre questioned the holy sword, confused because he thought Kim was a shooter. Kim told the necromancer to shut his mouth, promising to find him and rip him apart. Then the warrior lunged forward, cutting through every Spectre in his path. Thanks to the elemental advantage, the battle was surprisingly easy, but the monsters seemed endless, forcing him to pivot his battle plan once more, relying on his specialized resistance traits and his artifact's unique power. Kim possessed a grand total of 9 active skills, which was more than enough. He shouted, "Here I go," and charged, firing energy blasts from his blade at the beasts. The tactic worked, so he picked up the pace, rushing toward the ghostly army with his blade drawn, forcing one Spectre to retreat, dizzy. As he felt, Kim knew he needed one final push, bolting back to his previous position. He felt power building in his steps, having unlocked a new trait called Charge. Grinning, the young warrior celebrated the skill and dashed forward, obliterating the monsters in his way, shouting that a linked trait was coming. Right after, he leaped high into the air, unlocking the jump trait as well. Combining charge and jump, Kim realized it would be easy to smash through the weaker monsters. Encircling him, he managed to tear through the crowd, hitting every target, but gasped heavily for air right after. Most of the Spectres lay shattered, but the real issue was his complete exhausted. Over the radio, the necromancer chuckled, saying he did not expect him to be a paladin, making him desire his corpse even more. Kim challenged him to face him if he was so brave, but the villain countered that he wasn't foolish enough to fight a warrior close range. Instead, he offered Kim a parting gift, summoning a level 2 beast. Kim grumbled that he did not have a single second to heal as he dodged the beast's strike. Suddenly, a cursed arrow flew straight at him, striking his back. He cursed at the coordinated assault while the necromancer praised his agility, calling it perfect for a Death Knight. Right then, Kim recalled a crucial survival rule in Arcane's Soul. When battling a necromancer, one must never focus on the minions. He lunged to strike the monster, but the creature ducked right under his legs. Kim searching for the necromancer, Kim glanced upward and spotted a faint light shining from the stadium's roof. Realizing his foe was stationed up there, he knew he could fly straight for him. Soaring as high as possible, the warrior called the necromancer a total coward, screaming that he was going to punch his lights out. The necromancer smirked, mocking Kim for finally using his brain just a little bit. He smugly reminded himself that he was Karen, a B-rank necromancer and director of the Caretakers Association, the ultimate boss of the landfill. Karen warned that things wouldn't go Kim's way before seizing the hero's arms with ghostly, spectral hands that dragged him downward. Karen shrieked that the warrior would never reach him, telling him to rot in hell while unleashing a volley of dark arrows at him. The dark mage sneered, saying he loved hearing his victims scream and that the swordsman should learn his place. Kim instantly recognized that this was his opponent's ultimate spell, Black Fire, while his enemy declared that his death was at hand. However, Kim shattered the spectral grip, calmly shouting that this was exactly what he'd been waiting for. Karen scoffed, asking if that was all he had, calling it an adorable last struggle, but the warrior replied that he never actually needed to be right front of him to strike. He pointed out that when the dark mage charges up a major spell, something funny happens. That's when Kim shifted his stats, pouring 6 points into attack. Enraged, Karen unleashed his magic and screamed at Kim to stop talking nonsense and die. The hero braced himself to receive the impact, sensing the exact moment had arrived. After all, this was the moment when the perfect trinity of swordsmanship, magic, and physical power fused in harmony, unlocking an incredible trait in the face of absolute destruction. This was the ultimate sword technique, capable of slicing through absolutely anything, physical or spiritual, using pure blade aura. With this unmatched power, Kim shattered the dark attack, making the necromancer scream in disbelief. This trait, known as Flash, represented the pinnacle of swordsmanship, mastered only by those at the absolute peak of the sword. Armed with this technique, Kim sliced the necromancer clean in half, causing a colossal explosion. As the shockwave cleared, Kim tumbled toward the ground, gasping in exhaustion after barely escaping death. Against all odds, he had taken down Karen, a level 3 superhuman and dangerous dungeon boss. He recalled that in the actual game, clearing this area at level 2 required an entire party, and even at level 3, soloing was impossible with basic gear. Kim only survived because of his 10,000 hours of practice. Smiling, he knew it was finally time to claim his loot. Arriving back at the agency, Choi praised him endlessly, calling it unbelievable that he had actually cleared out that monster-infested landfill. Kim tried to act humble, though he did complain about his injured arm. The director offered a quick apology, telling him to be more careful. Later, the soldiers thanked him deeply for his efforts. Still in disbelief that he wiped out the entire horde alone, Kim simply replied that he was only doing his job. He then shifted topics, explaining that something highly unusual occurred while he was exploring the landfill. He asked if any of the soldiers recognized the recording devices he'd recovered. Squinting, a soldier asked if that wasn't a rare mana chip used to generate. He recognizes the Spectre technology, a tool used by Karen from the Custodians Association. Kim confirms the truth. This whole incident was no accident, it was intentional. Furious, the soldier slams the table and curses the corrupt association. The warrior remarks that it is obvious they despise the custodians. The soldier explains that the association always charges outrageous fees. They have had past conflicts, but never expected them to drag in innocent civilians. Meanwhile, Kim realizes the soldier has no idea how deep the corruption runs. The association's dark reality only unfolds after finishing the landfill mission. The soldier then bows, deeply apologizing for putting Kim in such danger. But the young warrior waves it off, saying those villains needed to be stopped. The man then hands over a briefcase containing the promised reward. Kim asks why there are 2 boxes. The soldier explains that one is an arcane weapon, a special bonus for surviving such a dangerous mission. Kim thanks him, thrilled to score an essential potion without spending a dime. He would have normally bought it at the temple. Finally, the soldier warns him to stay cautious as they plan to press charges against the custodians. Association using the new evidence, Kim already knows what comes next. He predicts that the association will target him in retaliation. The soldier agrees, knowing they will not let a blow like this slide. Despite the massive risk, the young warrior is confident he will survive. Later, driving through the night, Choi suggests that Kim should lay low for a while to avoid drawing the dangerous attention of the corrupt association. However, Kim knows that hiding away is a terrible idea right now. Drawing from his game knowledge, completing the landfill mission triggers a chain of linked quests that will inevitably clash with the custodians. This conflict is natural since the player caused serious problems for them. Most importantly, the player took down their own director, Karen. According to Kim, the most crucial part is that the quest line splits into multiple paths. The worst option is to do nothing. If he wastes time, the association's president will launch an attack. They would swarm his home with dozens of superhumans, but there is another way. The route with the easiest difficulty. Kim asks if the director knows about a place called Gaean Yubong. Choi nods, confirming its location. It lies in the forbidden area south of Eslum, home to a massive poppy farm that brings nothing but trouble. That is when Kim drops a bomb. He reveals that the entire operation belongs to the Custodians Association. Confused, Choi questions what they would even want with a poppy farm. Kim explains it goes deeper than poppies. They are running secret body modification and kidnapping operations. They are far worse than normal criminals. Horrified, Choi yells that they are insane. Kim quietly agrees. That is exactly why he wants to strike that facility first. Terrified by the dark truth, the director nearly veers off the road. Still riding along in the car, Kim hands Choi a massive list of gear. The director looks it over, stunned to see military-grade claymores and electromagnetic pulse bombs on the sheet. Choi immediately begins to complain. It would cost a massive fortune to buy all of that, but Kim calmly reassures him. He says worrying about money is for amateurs, then shows off the items he gathered from defeating those landfill monsters, pointing out that they can easily sell them to fund their entire operation. Choi admits the items are valuable enough to cover the costs, but points out that nobody can fight the entire association alone. He explains that the association's president is a level 4 superhuman, and the executives are all level 3, but Kim reassures him that they won't fight alone and that for now, Choi just needs to secure the requested items. He requested. 2 days later at the Gaean Yubong hideout, 2 guards are on duty when a spectral hand rises from behind one of them and snaps his neck. The partner barely has time to ask who is there before getting slammed in the chest and sent flying. Then Kim appears, dropping his stealth mode, and whispers to himself that he loves infiltration missions, no matter how many times he does them. He decides the outer guards are done, and now it is time to check the underground. Suddenly, a heavy punch lands. It is Steelfist, who thanks Kim for clearing the path, saying it will now be easy to secure the underground area. Kim agrees these villains must be destroyed for crossing the line and forcing illegal body modifications on people. He then asks if Steelfist has scouted the entire place, and his ally confirms they found a fully operational body modification workshop. Kim suggests Steelfist take over the workshop when they are finished, as it can boost the power of his crew. Steelfist wonders if Kim can really defeat everyone given how risky the situation is. The warrior responds confidently, asking if his ally has ever seen him act without absolute certainty. He notes that for a major source of the association's income, the security at the hideout is surprisingly weak. Then Kim flicks open a lighter, declaring that this is the perfect place to trigger the association's Ruin. The next morning, inside a massive building, someone rushes to the president's office to deliver urgent news. The panicked subordinate reports that the Jinyubang hideout was hit. The president, parked a a level 4 superhuman, demands to know how this happened. The messenger explains that the one responsible is the same guy who killed director Karen. Furious, the president slams his gloved fist on the desk, questioning how the intruder dares to strike them so brazenly. The subordinate adds that the intruder even sent a picture. Seeing a photo of Kim mocking them, the president asks if he burned down the farm as well. Furious, he shatters the screen and asks if the guy's name is Warrior Kim, vowing to end his life and tear him to pieces. Later, soldiers arrive to investigate the Gayanubang base. One of the men remarks that the intruder must be crazy for burning down the entire facility. The leader orders them to capture the target and end this quickly, promising to show the president the true power of the external affairs division. They advance through the wreckage as the leader warns the team to stay alert since the enemy might attack from a distance. Teammate agrees, claiming he will capture him the moment he is spotted, but one of the soldiers spots a weapon in a high window, and the bald leader fires. He studies the weapon, thanking his subordinate for his help. Suddenly, a bullet shatters the glass window, sending the weapon crashing down. The arrogant leader boasts that his prediction was completely right, while his teammate desperately tries to flatter him. Suddenly, the earth shakes violently as a massive explosion rips through some of the soldiers. The captain screams that it is a claymore, while his panicked subordinate begs for orders as rocket launchers suddenly open fire right in their direction. The captain is absolutely terrified of what comes next, watching the chaos through a security camera. Kim chuckles, muttering that it was totally worth pulling an all-nighter to plant those bombs and mines. He knew that, thanks to his unique stealth trait, it would be impossible for them to spot the deadly traps beforehand. As the soldiers scream in agony, Kim notes that he is not foolish enough to fight hundreds of enemies face to face. His plan is to wipe them out remotely from his underground bunker. More landmines detonate on the spot, but a defensive shield rises to keep the main target safe. One of the executives remarks that this guy prepared well, which is typical for someone who dared to challenge their massive guild. Suddenly, another powerful warrior steps up to handle the mess, claiming he has already figured out the opponent's battle strategy. He introduces himself as the feared vice president of the powerful Caretakers Association, a dangerous R-rank level 3 superhuman cyborg. In response, his boss orders the squad to capture the target alive, but to break him in the most agonizing way imaginable. Following those instructions, another explosive is tossed forward to test the minefield. The cold cyborg then commands his squad, declaring the path clear and telling them to keep throwing grenades to clear any remaining traps as they advance slowly. Suddenly, a rocket is launched directly at them, but the cyborg slaps it aside with one swift swipe of his metallic hand. He instantly demands to know the attacker's location, and a grunt confirms the launch came from behind the right wall. Instantly, they all unleash a hail of bullets on that position, destroying one of the hidden rocket launchers. The cyborg grins, calling it a major success since they are now incredibly close to the target's actual hideout. He boasts that they will finally show what their guild can do, mocking that the prey is probably shaking in fear. Monitoring the feed, Kim sighs to himself that these cyborgs really are freaks. Suddenly, a loud alarm blares, surprising him. He realizes that the invaders breached the perimeter much quicker than expected, and this crazy elite mission is definitely living up to its brutal reputation. Suddenly, a bullet blasts the lock and the door flies wide open. Two dangerous women, Ebony and Viper, both level 3 superhumans, stride inside and mockingly ask why he is hiding like a cornered rat, teasing him to come out and play. But the room is completely empty. Viper sighs, realizing he predicted their arrival. In reality, Kim is standing right next to them, completely invisible. He smiles, knowing. Their entire game plan, the Caretakers Association, always relies on a simple strategy, throwing a massive frontal assault while their top elite fighters sneak in from the rear. Anticipating this, Kim chucks a flashbang right at the two of them, shouting for them to eat this. The blinding flash leaves both elite agents completely disoriented as they scream in panic, seizing the moment to escape Kim. He agreed it was a trap and flat out refused to get involved with them, but in response, Viper screamed that she would end him the moment she caught up. The young man took off, knowing the killers would catch up in seconds, and he needed to move even faster. A bullet chipped the wall nearby, making Kim realize he had to protect himself first. Ducking low, he conjured a protective mana shield to block their attacks. As bullets rained down on the barrier, Kim mocked them, shouting to keep shooting because he could block everything. But then Ebony pulled out a revolver, daring him to stop. These rounds, a shot tore straight through his mana shield, shattering it. Instantly, shocked, Kim tried to scramble away but hit the ground hard. Right after, Ebony smugly asked how he liked that, revealing that her ammo was packed with explosive magic. Kim cursed his rotten luck. Viper told him to enjoy his dessert, hurling a dagger straight into his stomach. Kim gasped in pain, but the assassin sneered that this was nothing compared to the agony she had planned next. He scoffed, calling them just cheap villains in tacky latex suits, which immediately ticked them off. She lunged to adjust his attitude, delivering a kick that sent him flying straight into a wall clock. Grabbing him by the collar, Viper sneered, explaining that the blade carried a deadly poison designed to attack his arteries, making it impossible to survive. Ebony then announced they were dragging him to the president, but to their shock, Kim started grinning. He welcomed them to their doom, asking if they could hear that faint ticking sound like a massive time bomb. Kim then triggered the charge in his boots, telling the duo to stay put and rot. He knew these two were stronger than Karen, and a straight fight was out of the question. That is why he suppressed his powers to fake weakness, baiting them right next to the clock while their guard was down. Hidden inside, he had rigged white phosphorus explosives that cost him 1 billion won. Wishing the ladies a good night, they barely had time to scream. It was yet another trap before massive explosion ripped through the entire area. Caught in the dirt, Kim sighed. He managed to crush the executives, but he needed to recover fast because more reinforcements were already on the move. He was especially worried since he had no idea when that cybernetic freak would appear. As if on cue, he found himself staring down the cyborg's massive army. Kim stumbled to his feet, muttering, "Speak of the devil." He faced the heavy troops, calling out for their boss while he gritted his teeth. The cyborg asked if Kim had defeated Ebony and Viper, and he warned that the metal freak would soon join them. The villain, however, told him not to dream of dying so quickly. He promised to modify his body until he begged to be sent to hell. Kim snapped back that his speech was utterly garbage. But the vice president called their talk a waste of time and raised his weapon. Right then, Kim asked if the machine man knew how much he loved people who modified their bodies past the point of reason. "Thanks, you idiots," he said, slamming down on a button. A surge of electricity fried the cyborg's brain. The boss screamed in agony as the sudden shockwave hit him. Kim then opened fire, explaining that 1 billion won worth of EMP bombs and shotguns were always his best bet for tearing through mechanical armies. But to Kim's surprise, the cyborg was still standing through it all. He glared back in pure rage, prompting Kim to ask a question. How much money had he wasted on a body that survived explosives? Silent and furious, the cyborg lunged, screaming he would end him now. His heavy blow shattered Kim's shotgun before he charged once again. He taunted the kid, asking if he was just going to run. The machine's power was insane. Kim needed speed, barely nicking the cyborg's hand. Every single part of him was metal, except for those fleshy human eyes. The iron monster laughed off the attack, calling Kim's sword pathetic. Firing up a shin thruster, he threw a kick, mocking the weak strike. The heavy impact sent Kim flying hard into a brick-building wall. That's when he realized the robot's frame was completely coated in thick mana. Regular blades wouldn't do a thing. Suddenly, a metal foot crushed his chest. The machine mocked his weak human frame, so Kim called him a dirty RoboCop. Knowing this mechanical shell ran on magic, Kim watched him draw his blade. The cyborg threatened to slice off Kim's arms and swap them for umbrellas. Next, he scoffed at Kim's tiny pistol, calling it a cute toy. Looking closely at that steel body, a brilliant strategy sparked in Kim's mind. The enemy mocked him again, saying simple bullets wouldn't scratch his armor. Kim smirked, pulled the trigger, and instantly unleashed the deadly black flame. The bullet pierced his mechanical thigh, leaving him screaming in total shock. As the fire spread, Kim explained his trap. Mana powers your metal frame. Since black flames feed on mana, the fire will consume you from inside. He coolly remarked that the cyborg should have stopped upgrading while he could. Caught in the burning inferno, the heavy soldier dropped to his knees. Raising his heavy sword, Kim bid a final farewell to the cybernetic monster. With a faint mechanical groan, the giant fell face first onto the dirt. Standing back up, Kim noted that only one last step remained. A distant gunshot rang out, signaling time to wipe out the remaining caretakers. They were absolute cowards who fled the moment their leaders fell. Desperate grunts tried to run, screaming that everything was totally lost. But to Kim's ears, those panicked shrieks were pure music. Suddenly, a sharp pain shot straight through his ears, making him cry out. A fierce battle cry echoed. Kim smirked, wondering if the boss had arrived. Two glowing red eyes, fierce as a tiger's, belonged to the president. He roared at Kim to stay put, crouching low as he prepared to leap. In a flash, he launched himself high, crashing onto the rooftop. Ready for war, he stood tall. Kim stared, completely dumbfounded by the sight. How on earth did he clear a 5-story building in a single jump? The president snarled, claiming he had never suffered such deep disrespect. He promised to make Kim pay dearly for ruining his entire faction. Throwing a devastating punch, he forced Kim to desperately draw his blade. But the sheer impact launched the young warrior clean off the rooftop. Plummeting down, he knew he'd be dead if he hadn't swapped gears. He shifted his stats to defense, realizing he couldn't win fighting like this. He swung his sword in a wide slash, but the chairman dodged it effortlessly. He praised the boy's strange skills as Kim fired his black flame gun. He asked what the old man thought, but a mana shield blocked the fire. The chairman smiled, leaving Kim completely stunned that his best attacks were blocked. His flash and black flames did nothing. Suddenly, the chairman charged straight ahead. He relentlessly pummeled the young man, sending him crashing hard into the dirt. Lying beaten, Kim realized his opponent's strength was on a whole different level. As we can see, this battle was practically impossible from the start. The chairman was like an SR character from birth, while Kim was a beginner. His level was far too low, making the gap between them absolutely massive. As Chairman Diop mocked him, asking if that was really his best effort, Kim looked up and asked if he knew how his subordinates died. He revealed how White Phosphorus finished Ebony and Viper, while a simple EMP took down the cyborgs. Diop refused to believe he was so prepared. Seeing Kim's smile, the chairman's disbelief grew deeper. Suddenly, invisible strikes battered Kim's body, shredding his clothes to pieces. He knew the only way a level 2 could beat a level 4 was by unleashing his mutant body. Right away, his limbs began to shift. They swelled with raw power as his frame expanded and his face warped. He completely transformed, fully activating his dangerous mutant warrior state. Kim now looked like a demon, prompting Diop to ask why he chose this path. As a terrifying third eye opened on his face, Kim felt his sanity slipping away. Fortunately, he had already prepared a countermeasure for this exact nightmare. He pulled out the Berserker goggles, an item that triggers the frenzy state. It only lasts a short time, but it was precisely what he needed. Kim crushed the goggles in his hand, instantly activating the frenzy trait. All fear and doubt vanished, leaving him with pure focus on the fight. He could finally unleash his power far beyond its normal physical limits. With his mind consumed by violence, he surrendered entirely to the coming slaughter. The monstrous youth lunged forward, slamming directly into the chairman's heavy robotic arm. Diop admitted he didn't recognize the trick, but things had just gotten interesting. In fact, he was eager to start experimenting on this specimen. Both monsters agreed to enjoy this, and Kim roared in total agreement. With that, they unleashed a violent storm of bone-shattering strikes. Diop laughed that this wasn't enough, and Kim eagerly shouted the same. Following a brutal exchange, Kim finally sneaked a heavy blow into the chairman's ribs, forcing him backward. His iron armor and super strength flared. With both armor traits active, we can feel the insane adrenaline rushing. He screamed that he could fight all day, while Diop relished the challenge. Yet the chairman claimed he had already fully analyzed the boy's movements. Declaring his victory, Diop watched as Kim charged, screaming at him to shut up. Kim swung wildly, but a sudden glance to his side stopped him cold. Diop pointed out that Kim was just swinging wildly, without any real form. As Kim threw a heavy horizontal swipe, the older man casually ducked under. Diop hit the dirt, preparing a fierce counter. He claimed Kim's strikes were just like the clumsy swings of an amateur, before unleashing a massive, devastating punch right into the beast's jaw, sending Kim crashing down, barely conscious. Kim realized that in a tight close-quarters brawl, the chairman had the ultimate advantage. Even worse, his frenzy state was rapidly fading away. He knew he had to gamble everything he had left on a single, final strike. Completely abandoning close combat, meanwhile, the old chairman stepped up to end the duel, highly suspicious of whatever trick his opponent might pull next. At the final split second, Kim lunged and gripped Diop's forearm, admitting that the old man ruled in close combat, but he was no mere brawler. He was a true swordsman. In a flash, Kim reshaped his arm into a sharp bone blade, leaving Diop completely stunned and defenseless against this lethal surprise. Using the blade's sudden gleam, Kim slashed deep into the president's belly, who shrieked in agony. Amazed, Diop grunted that the kid could execute this skill even without any weapon. Kim muttered it was a good fight, and Diop called him a monster. Right before dropping unconscious, exhausted, Kim realized he had pushed himself too far. As his body started failing under the immense strain of those shape-shifting forms. Suddenly, a crimson speck flared in his eye and began shifting, making Kim scream in agony. Fortunately, a golden aura enveloped him, and his facial features returned. Back to normal, he had officially evolved into a level 3 superhuman, deeply relieved. He felt incredibly grateful for this clutch upgrade, thanking his lucky stars. Moments later, he blacked out, dropping to the dirt with his arms still blade-like. He was taken back to his mana spring, where he quietly rested. Under the healing pool, suddenly our hero wakes up and wonders if he's back home. Choi rushed over, hugging him tightly while asking if he was okay. Dazed, Kim asked what went down. The director admitted he feared Kim had died, having found him passed out next to all those members of the janitors association. Finding him still breathing, Choi quickly placed him inside the restorative waters, keeping him safe there while he slept for an entire week. Kim noted that those 7 days of rest really did wonders for his recovery. The director beamed, calling him an absolute beast for taking down the whole gang alone. Meanwhile, their phone was ringing off the hook with new jobs. Kim modestly agreed, keeping his ego in check despite Choi's endless flattery. The director then mentioned he had already collected all the battlefield loot for Kim to inspect, but Kim insisted on fully recovering first. Still, his new rank meant he had a specific place he needed to visit. Next, we find Kim at the association headquarters. Stepping up to the mana testing device, seeing the level 3 result, he knew he would finally secure his official licensing and get those sweet benefits. Soren congratulated him warmly, admitting she had never seen anyone rank up so rapidly. Even teasingly asking if his next step was to start his own nation, Kim laughed it off, saying he wasn't looking to rule. He then requested his license and Soren gladly guided him. She handed over the official document and Kim expressed his gratitude, but then she quietly confessed she was deeply jealous. Kim asked what she meant, and she explained there were multiple factors, but the biggest was wanting to be strong like him. Honestly, he found her vulnerability quite strange. He had never felt this kind of emotion before. It was unimaginable in the game. Since he had some free time, he figured he might as well help her. So he offers to help her become a superhuman, and Soren instantly accepts. Kim asks if she wants to be his student, promising he can make her a superhuman. When she asks how that is even possible, Kim simply tells her to trust him. He explains that he can clearly see her potential, which gets her incredibly excited. Kim nods, secretly noting to himself that her true potential is off the charts. He knows she has the potential to become a powerful SSR rank warrior. He asks for her answer, and after a brief silence, she agrees to his deal. She feels she can trust him, and Kim praises her choice, smiling to himself. He thinks it is high time he trained an SSR rank warrior himself. He tells her tuition is free, she can just pay him back after she awakens. Soren agrees, but warns him that awakening her won't be an easy task. She had already failed before, despite taking expensive, specialized classes for it. Kim tells her to have faith because he already knows everything about her power. Her unique ability, the heaven-shattering star, is a legendary trait. It carries a terrifying killing intent, strong enough to paint the world in blood. This power grants her a massive 1000% bonus to combat experience. But it comes with a catch. There is a high risk of mental corruption. She could easily become an uncontrollable monster. Soren's path is tied to this. Recognizing these dangers, you and I know Kim must prepare his training carefully. Soren immediately offers to pay for the preparation, but Kim gently turns her down. He explains that money is useless here. All she needs is pure mental strength. Just then, a secretary interrupts to say they have been invited to a meeting. The rendezvous is on the 5th floor. As the elevator rises, Kim starts wondering. He knows the Tower of Superhumans is strictly organized by different floors and levels. So a meeting on the 5th floor means their host is a level 5 superhuman. He tries to guess who would summon them, but absolutely nobody comes to mind. When the doors open, Woo Jun greets Kim warmly, catching him completely off guard. The young man offers his congratulations on Kim earning his level 3 certificate. Kim is glad to see his former student, but wonders how he grew so fast. He is shocked his student reached level 5. Woo Jin then hands him a box. It is a congratulatory gift, and though Kim tries to refuse, he insists. He explains it has a manifest attribute, making it perfect for a warrior. Placing a hand on Kim's shoulder, he asks how he could reject a friend's gift. With a serious look, Woo Jun admits there is another reason for this meeting. He needs a major favor, asking if Kim would be willing to help his suffering friends. They are dealing with divine fever, and Kim asks if they share the same curse. He wonders if the elder priest cursed them, and Seo sadly confirms it. His 4 companions have been dealing with this agony since they were kids. Hearing about them, Kim wonders, just like we do, if these are characters he knows. If so, this is the perfect opportunity to make his journey much easier. He agrees to help, unable to ignore people in need, earning deep gratitude. Kim asks to see them before starting, and Seo happily agrees to arrange it. They head directly to the mansion, where Woo Jin stays. He introduces his 4 friends, and Kim's suspicions are immediately confirmed. These were the side characters who once supported the paladin, Seo Woo Jin. wealthy heirs who had been taken hostage by the corrupt elder priest's order. 2 young men and 2 young women, all suffering from the divine fever. Kim decides to skip the small talk and asks if they were all baptized against their will. They confirm it, asking if they can actually be cured. Kim warns them that his treatment is brutal and incredibly painful, but he guarantees that if they survive it, their powers will awaken. They will match Woo Jin. He asks if they truly have the resolve to face it. The 4 friends exchange looks and resolve to do whatever is necessary. They desperately beg for his help to rid them of this cursed fever. With a smirk, Kim agrees to start immediately, summoning his black flame. 1 week later in the mansion, the 4 youths have successfully awakened. Kim notes that thanks to their raw talent, the process went smoothly. They survived the grueling awakening process without facing any major complications. The 4 weep with gratitude and thank their master, though Kim remains modest. Soon, their wealthy parents step forward to express their deep gratitude. They present a massive table stacked high with rare and valuable gifts. They call it a small token, but Kim politely claims it was unnecessary. He insists the success belongs entirely to their children's natural talent. Internally, he realizes there is insane money in targeting rich families. It feels like he just hit the ultimate jackpot without buying a ticket. He unboxes boots of extreme speed, a detection helmet, and a battle axe. Of Fury, an Acropolis shield, and 2 nectars. The parents explain that they chose these legendary items together, hoping he would find them useful. Kim graciously thanks them, though he is already eyeing his real prize. While he scored big with gear, it was time to collect his true reward. To get his hands on it, he heads over to the young man waiting for him. The representative approaches and asks if the famous professor wanted to speak with him. Kim nods, revealing he has a favor to ask of the Galaxy Mall rep. Eager to please, the man immediately offers to do whatever he needs. Kim requests direct access to the hidden gold mine beneath their Hanam branch. The representative quickly tries to play dumb and deny the mine even exists. But Kim cuts him off, revealing he knows its exact location. It is between areas A1 and A2 on the 8th floor. The man gasps. He refuses to authorize entry, but Kim promises to keep it a secret. No one will ever know. Hearing this, the representative falls completely silent. Kim presses further, asking for just 24 hours of access. Shortly after, down in the parking garage, Kim and Becca get to work. Standing between areas A2 and A1, they smash right through the wall. A hidden passage opens, but Corin cannot believe her eyes. Kim explains that this secret chamber is where she will finally awaken. He went to extreme lengths to secure it. Intrigued, the girl asks a question. She wonders if they will really train in such a secluded hideout. Kim confirms with a grin. He explains that characters of her specific class. See, powers like hers do not awaken normally. They need absolute life-or-death situations. Kim revealed they were in an undiscovered dungeon, the very same spot where Saren would awaken in the future. The girl complained the area was pitch black with a foul smell that made her uneasy. Suddenly, skeleton lunged straight at her. Soren barely dodged by throwing herself to the dirt, screaming desperately for the warrior's help. Then she spotted a katana beside her. Kim simply announced it was training time, leaving her baffled. He ordered her to kill the zombie and fight for her life, calling it her only chance to unlock her power. As the monster advanced, she wondered what kind of insanity this was. Whipping around, she swung the blade and sliced its head completely off, screaming for it to stay back. Kim was highly impressed, even. Her clumsy swing packed serious power, proving Baeksoren's raw talent was far beyond his wildest dreams. He praised her quick work, but the terrified girl screamed, calling him a monster for throwing her into battle without any warning. Kim just repeated that she did great. Trembling, the girl nodded. Privately, the young man realized this performance was only natural for one of the game's top 3 elite fighters. Before even awakening, She already moves like a legend with the sky-shattering star trait, Soren. Asked if she had to battle alone, her mentor nodded, telling her not to worry because he would protect her, but his promise did not soothe her fears at all, even as she decapitated another incoming zombie. Kim asked if she had ever trained with swords, but she quickly denied it, insisting she had never held one. Honestly, Kim felt a bit annoyed by how effortlessly gifted she was, while he had to suffer endlessly to unlock a single skill. The girl then asked how much deeper they had to go, since this passage felt endless. Kim claimed there was an exit up ahead, but secretly planned to keep her here until she awakened her true power. Suddenly, something charged directly at them. It was a rabid zombie wielding a power drill. Lunging straight at Soren, she dodged in the nick of time, wondering why a monster would carry a tool like that. Kim knew these enemies were tricky in the game, and briefly considered stepping in to help, but Soren moved first, shouting that a proper undead should fight barehanded instead of using cheap tools. She ripped the monster's arm off and sliced its entire body in half. The corpse thudded to the floor. Kim applauded the clean victory, and a panting Soren admitted that her muscles seemed to be reacting automatically on their own. In the middle of their brief chat, she suddenly shrieked in pain. The crawling zombie had lunged and bitten her leg. Kim booted the undead away, cursing it. Terrified, Soren begged him for help, and the seasoned warrior calmly pointed out that standard rules meant she would soon transform into a monster. Screaming in panic, she begged him to kill her before she could turn. But Kim called out her name and calmed her down. He had a cure, knowing that a perfect cure for the infection had already been developed here. They slumped against the dungeon wall to rest. Soren softly admitted she was absolutely terrified of turning into one of those brainless ghouls. Kim just shrugged, noting it's a complicated world. She then pointed out that the zombies, their gear and clothes looked bizarre, almost like they were bioengineered, and Kim agrees. He then exposes a terrifying secret about this location. The massive Galaxy Mall was built rapidly thanks to a massive workforce. Sadly, the rush schedule caused endless accidents and fatalities, but the official toll was zero because the building firms simply buried the corpses on site. When the mall's owner found out, he sealed the area to protect their public image from any backlash. Soren is stunned and demands to know how Kim knew, but he quickly tries to change the subject. Inside his head, Kim remembers the dark cult had unleashed those vicious zombies in Seoul, and the deadly dungeon opening back then was this exact sealed zone of the mall. He just tells Soren it is a special skill, and she playfully teases that he has way too many secrets. Kim knows this is the perfect spot for her awakening, since this is where she first triggered it after being ambushed, yet nothing was happening. Scanning the gloomy ruins, Soren grieves that those poor workers had to suffer even in death. She says they must at least help them find peace, prompting Kim to note her growing determination. She nods, explaining that an intense urge to fight is rising inside her. Kim smiles at her grit and tells her they should push forward, knowing deep down that her awakening process was finally underway. They venture deeper into the abyss, finding a cavern resembling an old gold mine. Suddenly, Soren shivers, noting that the temperature just plummeted, and Kim agrees, warning that this place is sinister and they must stay alert. Nearby, they spot an old shed and a strange rock with a radio sitting on top, playing a creepy story about 3 bears living in a house, the papa, mama, and baby bear. Soren gets goosebumps, and the vibe turns even worse when the radio static screeches, looping a high-pitched phrase that hurts their ears. Suddenly, a massive ice spike materializes out of thin air, shooting directly toward them at blinding speed. Kim reacts instantly, throwing himself in front of the girl to shield her, yelling for her to keep back. Soren panics, asking if he is all right, but he admits he never expected such a sneaky ambush. Their foe is a level 3 mutant monster, Known as the Twin Phantoms, Kim commands her to flee immediately, warning her that this beast is way beyond her level, but she hesitates to abandon him. The spirits launch another barrage, but Kim parries the frozen shards, joking that he is not in the mood for cold treats. Suddenly, he senses a massive buildup of energy swirling above. The monster readies a devastating blast, firing it straight at Kim. The hit strikes his chest and sends him crashing into the wall. Soren screams his name, but Kim, gasping for breath, orders her to run while he holds the line, crying. She refuses to leave him, but he demands that at least one of them survive. Seeing her hesitate, Kim shares the secret behind his confidence. She is the legendary Skybreaker star. Stunned, Soren denies it, but Kim urges her to believe in herself, as it is the key to her awakening. He announces this marks the end of her lessons, just as more ice spikes shoot their way. Spikes rush toward them. The ice shards surge right at Soren and Kim, but at the last second, they are shattered by counterspikes, erupting directly from the ground. While weighing her decision to trust herself, Soren takes the heavy hits and gets frozen solid, yet she tells Kim to leave the rest to her, swearing she will trust both him and herself. Suddenly, a brilliant yellow aura wraps around the girl as she begs the warrior not to give up. Kim smiles at the sight, watching the ice in his path shatter. This is the official awakening of Beck Soren, now a level 1 SSR rank warrior. Soren marvels at this incredible power, shocked she actually awakened. While watching Kim charge straight ahead with his sword drawn, the swordsman suddenly notes it is time to stop pretending. Confused, the girl asks him what he means. Kim explains that unlocking the power of a Skybreaker star demands a true life-or-death struggle and the sheer will to survive it. Soren questions if he risked his own life on purpose just to force her awakening. Kim confirms it, praising her effort and announcing it is finally time to fight for real, calling her by her title, Skybreaker Beck Soren. Meanwhile, the Phantom unleashes another barrage of ice spears. Soren points out that the creature looks furious, but Kim reassures her, saying they will be fine if she just evades the incoming strikes before they connect. He effortlessly parries the deadly shards, joking that this is too easy. However, the young girl is still shivering in ice. Kim asks if she is all right, remembering that even with her awakening, she is still level 1 and has limits. Soren sneezes, admitting she took a few direct hits, but it barely hurts at all. Kim nods, explaining that every awakened gets a unique starter trait, and hers is indomitable, granting powerful resistance against any abnormal conditions. Kim realizes it makes total sense for a powerhouse like her to unlock Indomitable, which is a top-tier grade 1 defensive skill. He also reveals that by helping multiple people awaken, he has personally unlocked the Insight skill. This lets him analyze his target's passive traits, a power he considers completely broken. Soren sighs that she is not useful yet, but Kim tells her to relax, as this is how you properly train a Skybreaker star. Suddenly, more frozen spikes rain down and Kim dashes right over to Soren, shocked to see she has already learned and deployed the exact same move. He praises her rapid adaptability, marveling at how insanely fast she is growing. Soren notes her body feels much lighter right before spotting a massive boulder of ice hurtling toward them. Kim leaps up to evade, shouting for her to stay back while he handles it, but she confidently copies his leap skill to jump with him. Both of them land smoothly, bracing themselves for the next strike. Impressed by her reflexes, Kim offers his praise, and Soren playfully jokes that it almost feels like flying. Kim wonders if she will outpace him, just like Seo Woojin did, but she eagerly asks for her next task. He instructs her to use those fresh skills to distract the beast. While he prepares a final blow, he knows he has taught her all the basics, and now it is time to wrap up this battle quickly. Soren nodded, stomped her foot hard, and charged straight ahead. She lunged at the beast, weaving through its strikes. Kim watched, realizing she had Unlocked even more traits, her talent really was on a whole other level. It was perfect. Now the time had come to end this once and for all. Preparing his ultimate strike, the hunter unleashed his devastating flash skill. His finishing blow closed the distance, rushing toward the beast and shattering it completely. A massive explosion rocked the entire chamber, and while Soren gasped at the sheer power, Kim shrugged it off modestly. No big deal. Suddenly, a strange object clattered to the floor. Kim picked up the item, explaining it was a phone that held the monster's mana core. Soren was baffled, wondering how a simple phone could be a core, but the hunter explained that this was actually quite common for ghost-type monsters. The device, he said, belonged to a worker who died in the ruins right before his death. The father thought only of his daughter. That intense grief and resentment possessed the phone. It was still playing a video of a little girl singing about 3 bears, turning the device into a mana core. Soren hoped he could finally find peace, and Kim agreed that his soul was finally free. The hunter released his grip, and the phone dissolved into glowing golden energy, condensing into 2 star-like objects. Kim explained that this was a crystal, urging her to use it wisely to score some top-tier gear. He silently noted that this was an incredible reward. Suddenly, a massive earthquake began to tear the shopping mall apart. Soren panicked, and Kim warned her the dungeon was collapsing because they had slain the dungeon boss. He quickly asked if she had adjusted to her new movement traits, which caught her off guard. But with no time to lose, Kim shouted that they had to bolt. If she wanted to survive, she needed to run right now. They took off, sprinting side by side through the crumbling halls. Kim yelled that he was pushing his limits, warning her not to fall behind or she'd be left for dead. Soren fired back, joking that this was already her absolute maximum speed. Meanwhile, the hunter calculated that they were still too far from the exit portal. Soren was about to force herself past her limits when a falling boulder nearly crushed her. Her eyes flared crimson. Once more, she resolved that after everything she had survived, she would not perish in this crumbling dungeon. Activating her newly acquired jump trait, she launched herself forward. Watching her move, Kim spotted the escape portal just up ahead. He knew he couldn't help her directly. She still had to awaken one critical power. The reason she'd become a legendary hunter was her trifecta of traits. Sky-shattering star boosted her strength, the indomitable trait negated negative side effects, and the final skill was, but before he could finish the thought, a boulder smashed into her shoulder, bringing her to her knees. Gritting her teeth, she refused to give up, determined to make it out alive. Summoning every ounce of energy, Soren forced her body forward, and in that exact moment, unlocked runaway train. Propelled by this skill, she surged forward as the ground crumbled beneath her, dodging the cascade of debris. For a brief second, he lost sight of her, fearing she had failed. Suddenly, Soren appeared at his side, grabbed him, and held him tight, urging him to run. The warrior blushed deep red at the sudden intimacy, and together they dove into the portal to escape. The second they crossed over, the falling debris finished its collapse, completely burying the chamber they just left behind. At that very moment, Kim unlocked a rare passive trait called Narrow Escape, which grants a second life when on the brink of death. He collapsed outside, still holding Soren, while bystanders whispered that the duo had escaped the chaos and looked severely wounded. Kim smiled, knowing all along she would succeed. He realized Soren had also gained the Narrow Escape trait, finally completing her build of 3 must-have skills. Right then, Soren's quiet voice called out to him, "Sir Warrior," snapping Kim back to the girl in his arms. Worried, he asked if she was hurt and could stand. The girl claimed she was fine, but Kim noticed her face was completely flushed. Visibly embarrassed, she tried to make excuses, asking to stay in his embrace a bit longer to fix her damaged outfit. As she covered herself, her quiet thanks caught him off guard. Sighing with relief, the girl murmured that they had barely made it out Alive, watching her smile, Kim realized that even after her hunter awakening, she felt entirely different from her game counterpart. Perhaps it was because her path to awakening was so incredibly unique. He announced they were finally escaping that wretched mall, telling Soren to take one of the crystal stars. Shocked, she asked if he was truly offering an item worth billions of gold. Kim nodded, urging her to stop stalling and just take it. She wavered, muttering that it was far too valuable and she could never accept such generosity. The warrior shrugged, telling her to just pay him back later. Underneath it all, Kim had a brilliant reason for spending massive guild resources. To awaken Beck Soren, her signature Sword of Mars was a top-tier weapon in Arcane Soul that guaranteed insane-level progression. Only she could wield it. And mastering its legendary style required a rare memory chip. She thanked him again. And Kim casually waved it off, telling her not to forget her promise. Behind that smile, his ultimate objective was to steal her broken sword technique. Returning home, all Kim wanted was some sleep, yet his peaceful plans were derailed when Woo Jin suddenly materialized, insisting that they needed to leave. Right away, Kim wished the exhausting world of Arcane Soul would grant him a break, but he got in the vehicle, thanking Woo Jin for the lift. The eager kid grinned, happy to assist his close ally, although Kim politely accepted. He secretly wished his friend had picked a much better time to visit. Woo Jin excitedly explained that he had booked a meeting with a master blacksmith. Kim instantly realized he could not miss this, considering the artisan's massive reputation. In this meta, high-tier gear unlocked overpowered skills, and legendary armorers who could forge high-level gear were always heavily booked. Woo Jin proudly revealed their contact was a master who forged level 7 defensive gear. That news left Kim thrilled, prompting him to tell his friend to step on the gas. They pulled up outside an imposing mansion guarded by burly security guards. Kim asked if this was the spot. Woo Jin joked that a massive house was only fitting for such a legendary craftsman. The warrior then asked about the craftsman's ideology, leaving Woo Jin completely lost. He was totally confused, not understanding the reason for that sudden question. Kim realized the guy knew nothing, which made sense given his rough past. That massive estate actually belonged to Jo Chul, a deeply devout believer. He served the order of the old priest and would later become their top war craftsman. Suddenly, a soldier cut them off, demanding that Kim hold out his hand. The guard wanted to check his identity and ordered him to summon his black flame. Annoyed, Kim snapped back but still conjured his dark magic, asking if the guard was happy. Woo Jin watched in utter confusion, demanding to know what was going on. He ordered the soldier to release Kim, reminding him they were clients with an appointment. Suddenly, a man in a wheelchair appeared, ordering them to halt. It was Jo Chul himself. He coldly asked the guard who authorized this behavior. The paladin quickly bowed to his master, showing deep respect for the craftsman. Jo Chul noted that despite Kim rejecting their baptism, his power was undeniable. Unlocking the black flame made the young warrior incredibly rare. Kim scoffed at the praise. He asked if this was standard hospitality. Jo Chul quickly apologized to his guests. He called them the light and savior chosen by the saints, leaving Kim stunned. The young hunter wondered what kind of religious nonsense he was hearing. Brushing aside the tension, the craftsman invited them inside to discuss custom gear. Kim kept quiet, feeling a bit suspicious as they entered the workshop. Jo Chul showed off his creations, boasting that heavy plate armor was his specialty. Since the order came from the saints, he promised to craft whatever Kim needed. Kim glanced around the room before deciding on a very specific type of defense. He told the craftsman he wanted a specialized suit featuring a bulletproof vest. Jo Chul raised an eyebrow, questioning why he would want modern tactical gear like that. The warrior simply smiled, insisting he loved the look. The master craftsman groaned. He argued it was a terrible choice, making it impossible to weave sacred magic inside. But Kim did not care about holy gear. flatly refusing any sacred armor. He explained that he only needed giant power and extreme enchantments. Zhou Chul's shocked reaction proved he knew exactly what was happening. The legendary sacred armor, otherwise known as paladin gear, had a hidden catch. It gave defense builds amazing stats, but came with a massive drawback. To activate its true power, the wearer needed holy energy, which meant joining their religion. Kim saw right through their scheme to trick him into joining their order. They were dangling shiny gear just to bind him to their religious group. Still, he shook Zhou's hand, telling him he expected nothing but the best. As they walked out, Kim told Wu Jin he hated that holy armor gimmick. But he had no idea a watchful paladin was spying on them from afar. The knight approached the craftsman, wondering if he would actually build that gear. Since it could only hold basic enchantments, the request seemed like a waste. But the master craftsman insisted he would not disobey the holy saint's orders. They had declared that Kim was the ultimate light and savior of their sect. The suspicious guard wasn't buying it and wanted to see Kim's strength himself. He needed proof with his own eyes. Cut to a week later at Chunbox. Inside the antique shop, Kim was chugging 3 bottles of mandrake elixir at once. The old shopkeeper pleaded with him not to gulp down elixirs like that, but Kim just thanked him for the beverage. Chunak asked if everything was all right, and the warrior nodded, clearly satisfied that he had finally acquired the exact skill he needed, and thanked him for the generous gift. The shopkeeper replied it was the least he could do given how Kim saved his market and sent business booming again, which explained the massive crowd gathering outside. Right in the middle of their chat, a gang member stepped forward and bowed deeply to Kim. The warrior recognized him as one of the men from the Iron Fist gang, welcoming him back with a respectful nod. The subordinate asked how Kim had been, explaining that his boss needed to see him right away. Kim asked why, but the messenger warned that there were too many prying ears nearby, suggesting they talk while moving. Inside a luxury car driving down the dark streets, the subordinate mentioned they had prepped a high-performance armored ride just for Kim, asking how he liked it. Kim admitted the ride was decent, though a nagging suspicion started to grow. As the vehicle headed toward Mayor, he wondered if the Iron Fist gang's headquarters was actually in Mayor. From what he recalled, that place was a slum. The subordinate cut in, announcing that the gas was running low and they needed a quick pit stop. As they drew closer, Kim spotted something odd about the sign and recognized the Erie Mayorum gas station. The driver stepped out of the car, telling Kim to take a quick break while he pulled a glass bottle from his pocket. Right then, Kim spotted multiple sticks of dynamite hidden in the back, realizing it was a trap. Kim demanded to know if the man mistook him for a complete idiot, and if he realized who he was actually crossing, but the subordinate merely feigned ignorance. Without losing a single moment, Kim kicked the door with full force, blasting it open and diving out, he shouted at the traitor to rot there with his own explosives and then tossed a live grenade straight at the getaway ride. The car exploded in a massive fireball, and Kim rode the shockwave to safety. He noticed the blast was far too destructive for just one grenade, proving the man's treachery. The pieces of this puzzle finally started coming together in his head. The fancy armored ride, the detour toward Mayhem, and that suspicious fuel stop at the gas station. It explained the intense feeling of déjà vu he had. This entire sequence was identical to the dramatic event in the story, where the character Kim Ironfist gets stabbed in the back, though he still lacked a clear motive. Someone within his faction wanted him dead. Suddenly, bullets whizzed past his head as hidden snipers roared that they found the target. The massive bounty on his head was worth 1 billion, a life-changing sum. It was enough to make anyone play dirty. Kim knew this ambush wouldn't stop with a simple car bomb, as gunners opened fire relentlessly. While he scrambled behind a nearby vehicle, the attackers completely outnumbered him, and his current cover was quickly falling apart. Knowing he had to act, Kim bolted out, realizing his priority was escaping this deadly trap. His sudden move caught the gunmen off guard, but they instantly recovered, annoyed by this. Kim deployed his glowing mana shield, highly amused that ordinary humans, lacking superpowers, could move so fast. One of the soldiers barked everyone to focus fire on the center of the shield to break it instantly. Under that heavy barrage, the mana barrier started cracking right down the middle. Kim was stunned by their pinpoint accuracy and realized his best option was to retreat for the moment, but a stray bullet still managed to slip past his defense and graze his arm. Bleeding, he knew he needed to get serious. He was reluctant to waste a newly bought item, but he saw no other option and lobbed smoke grenades at them. The impact was instant. As the stinging gas caught the mercenaries completely off guard, coughing, they yelled that they could not let him escape because they needed his death to obtain the antidote. Kim sneered at their clumsy struggles. They were not even superhumans, so he easily used the chaos to slip away. Later that night, he wandered through the sprawling city, analyzing the ambush. He concluded that normal hitmen having accuracy comparable to high-level rankers meant only one thing. They had relied on a specialized combat drug. This dangerous substance briefly enhanced their stats but left devastating side effects. Their frantic mention of an antidote proved his theory. The real issue was that only one mastermind could gather this many killers at once. Only one notorious figure came to mind: the human hunter, a dirty fighter famous for his underhanded tricks in the district of Maram. His playbook never changed. First, manipulate a close ally to set a deadly trap. Second, send waves of drugged assassins to wear down the target, and the final phase was always a devastating sniper shot. His absolute specialty. Just as that thought crossed his mind, a flash glinted from a distant roof and a bullet screamed toward his head. He barely reacted, dodging by, tilting his head at the final millisecond. If he had been a hair slower, he would have been dead, yet his dangerous gamble paid off. Now he knew precisely where the killer was nested. Spotting a burning building nearby, he leapt straight toward it, fueled by pure rage, shouting that there was nowhere left to hide. He dashed through the smoke, knowing that to crush a coward who only fights from a distance, he had to force a brutal close-quarters confrontation. There was no alternative but to go straight after him. Blistering heat seared his skin as he charged through the fire, but he pushed through the pain. The heavy smoke was his only shield against another lethal shot. Another round whistled past his ear, proving that to beat an elite marksman, the first step is always tracking their position. His eyes locked onto a tall rooftop, where a faint scope glint revealed the shooter. Meanwhile, high above them, the assassin grumbled about losing his target in the smoke. Kim smirked as a bright blue light suddenly flared around him, positioning him directly in the crosshairs. He knew his only option was to bridge the gap and disrupt the sniper's rhythm. The assassin gasped, wondering how anyone could leap that high, but the young warrior was already unholstering his weapon. Irritated, the sniper sneered, asking how he dared to challenge a master marksman in a shootout. Silently, the fighter unleashed his black flame alongside a barrage of passive skills, lunging directly at the assassin, who pulled the trigger. The sniper's bullet pierced the warrior's shoulder, earning a silent nod of respect for such incredible reflex speed. Yet his own counterattack struck the shooter right in the shoulder, and the dark fire immediately began to spread across his neck. Kim approaches the groaning enemy and notes that even a graze from those bullets is completely lethal. The enemy then boasts that victory is his, but suddenly, Kim's foot begins to sink into the ground. Kim suspects trap magic, while the smug hunter calls him a brat and tells him not to overthink things. The warrior realizes he is in deep trouble. Unable to break free, the assassin yells that he will fill him with lead, while Kim knows that if his enemy puts out the black flames with holy water first, he is finished. It has become a race against time. He must slow down his sinking. Mitigating the magical damage. It is a crude solution, but survival comes. First, slamming his hands onto the dirt, Kim channels his mana to break free, activating his purification trait to dissolve as much of the trap's mana as possible, but then he notices something is off. The hunter has already extinguished the black flames. The sniper admits he gives Kim credit for resisting the magic, but says he was too slow. Kim shouts, shocked that the enemy already put out the fire. Meanwhile, the hunter reaches for his weapon, boasting that taking Kim's life will set him up forever. He prepares to deliver the final strike, only to realize that his target is already gone. Completely stunned, the assassin is immediately met with a brutal punch to the face. Kim grins, enjoying the thrill of a comeback, and thanking his opponent for letting him unlock a clutch new skill. He explains that his earth resistance trait saved him. Then he warns the enemy sniper that close quarters combat is suicide. Kim demands to know who ordered the hit. Knowing he is thoroughly beaten, the hunter admits defeat and agrees to talk, but first requests to light a cigar. Kim backs off, telling him to speak. The hunter pulls out his lighter and casually sparks up his cigar. As the sniper puffs away, Kim watches silently and asks if it tastes good. The man replies that he loves it, savoring the flavor of sweet victory. But right then, his body mutates into a hideous beast, lunging violently at Kim, only to find a gaping hole blasted through his chest. Stunned, the dying hunter asks how Kim knew. Kim explains that a veteran with 10,000 hours of gaming experience easily recognizes a mutation cigar. The shocked hunter only manages to sputter a final, confused question before crashing face first onto the dirt. Kim remarks that his opponent's final move was unexpected. He knew this sniper was a slippery coward who typically surrendered when cornered. Choosing to fight to the bitter end meant he had serious motives. Kim then spots a flash drive on the corpse, realizing it holds the key to finally uncovering whoever is pulling the strings behind all of this. Soon after, he arrives at the Kano agency, where a TV broadcast reports a massive gang shootout and gas station explosion from the previous night. Dozens of lives were lost. Inside, director Choi asks how Kim managed to survive. Kim admits it was close, leaving him a total mess. When the director asks about the assailant, Kim explains that it is a long, complicated story. Suddenly, the office door bursts open and Iron Fist Kim strides inside, casually throwing a bloody body onto the floor. This left Choi completely stunned. Iron Fist apologized, admitting he had failed to keep watch over his own men. Kim replied that it was good. He knew while the director grumbled about the shattered door. Choi then asked if Iron Fist's crew had targeted his friend. The gang boss clarified they were just low-level thugs. Still, after questioning the guy in charge, he managed to extract some solid intel. Kim asked if the attacker was just desperate for cash. Iron Fist confirmed, shaking his head in disbelief. The guy lost everything gambling and was now drowning in debt to dangerous loan sharks. Still, the boss blamed himself and apologized. Kim accepted, noting how tough it is for a leader to control every single follower. He also pointed out that without his help, Iron Fist himself would have been the one facing a deadly betrayal. Hearing this, the gang leader decided to take full responsibility for everything. But Kim stopped him, pulling out a flash drive. He told him to wait, revealing he already had the solid proof. Choi asked what it was, and Kim explained that the assassin who targeted him had been carrying the drive. He then asked if Choi knew how to use a computer. The director grinned, boasting he had a license for it, and started typing rapidly on his keyboard. Choi quickly discovered the main target was a big shot behind the deaths of at least 20 superhumans. Kim confirmed his code name was the Human Hunter, then asked to check the latest job. The director found a request from 3 days ago, boasting a 20 billion reward. Hearing that insane amount, Kim gasped in complete shock. The warrior wondered who would offer that much cash. and Choi revealed the client was connected to the Ascendant Group, a massive corporation. The director then pulled up the target's identity on screen, leaving Kim totally speechless. He recognized the face of the paladin immediately. It was that arrogant bastard from the house of Joe Chul, the one who gave him that dirty look. This just got a whole lot more complicated. Choi wondered why a rich kid would try to assassinate him. Having a strong hunch, Kim asked to see his family tree. Choi began typing again, promising to track down the details. Seeing the files, Kim realized his theory was spot on. He understood everything now. Ascendant Security was a private military group controlled by the Ascendant Group, standing as one of the 5 largest PMCs in Arcane Soul. Lee Jae-yal, the eldest son, was initially first in line to inherit. But after joining the old priest's order and becoming a paladin, he was pushed far down the succession list. His only option now was to excel in his holy role. Kim laid out his theory. The saint was obsessed with Kim, calling him her savior, and the fact that Kim survived the ritual and gained fame must have enraged Lee Jae. That burning resentment drove him to hire a killer. Choi agreed. The punk needed a lesson, but Iron Fist warned against reckless moves against such a massive powerhouse. Even so, Choi insisted they couldn't just sit back and do nothing, and Kim completely agreed. The young warrior announced a new plan, earning him high praise from Choi. Meanwhile, Woo Jin was absolutely furious. He slammed his fist on the table, cursing the bastard who tried to assassinate his lord. Kim told him to chill out, gently reminding him that he was still breathing. Kim quietly noted that no one was more reliable than Seo Woo Jin. He was rich, level 5, and absolutely refused to let this attempt slide. He even suggested hiring an assassin to strike back, but Choi objected. Choi argued that hiring a killer of that caliber would cost a fortune. Cutting them off, Kim told them to relax because he had another plan. His real play was different. He was going to throw down a challenge. He would challenge Lee Jae to a duel, but Woo Jin instantly objected. He warned it was too dangerous, but Kim insisted the fight was unavoidable. If he let Jae slide, the heir would just hire stronger killers next. Woo Jin warned that Jae would never fight the duel himself. He would use a champion instead. Kim agreed, but noted that despite the unfairness, winning the match would guarantee them a public apology and payout and solid compensation. Hearing this, Iron Fist admitted it made sense. It seemed like the most realistic option, with the team on board. Kim declared that his solid evidence gave him more than enough justification. Choi volunteered to deliver the official challenge right away. He reminded them they needed a notary, and Woo Jin immediately volunteered. His family knew a lawyer who used to serve on the Supreme Court. The warrior thanked everyone for stepping up, but seeing their worried faces, Kim asked why they were staring at him like he was a ghost. He promised them he would survive. Iron Fist scoffed, reminding him that the enemy knew his power and would send a high-tier champion. They would face a level 4 opponent. Kim knew it would be tough, especially since he couldn't use his mutation during an official match. This battle would be harder than his clash with the chairman. Still, he could guess who Jae would choose as his proxy. Surprised, Iron Fist asked if he already knew the opponent's identity, and Kim confirmed he did. This was why he needed training. He asked Woo Jin to help him prep. His friend accepted on the spot, promising to support him in any way possible. Kim thanked him, asking him to go easy, remembering their brutal last spar. 3 days later at the arena, Woo Jin and Choi cheered him on. Kim thanked them, reflecting on his intense 3 days of training. He was completely wiped out, but the grueling work paid off. His preparations were finally complete. He was ready to fight. He stood ready to face Dusk, paladin captain of the Old Order. Upon arriving, Dusk remarked that it had been ages since his last duel. Lee Jae claimed the captain didn't need to trouble himself, but Dusk snapped. He silenced him, stating the heir had no right to speak. The captain declared that under his command, no holy knight would lose. Watching them, Kim realized Jal was nothing but a loudmouth poser. He acted tough before, but now he was just a meek sheep. A total coward, Dusk then turned to Kim, offering a polite greeting. He offered an apology for the unpleasant trouble his side had caused. Kim was caught off guard by the Paladin Dusk's unexpected politeness. He made it clear the incident was just one rogue individual's fault, and that the esteemed saint had nothing to do with it. Kim then asked for their official. Paladin replied that the saint had told them that the warrior Kim would be her light and savior. The young man pondered those words, remembering that Joe had said the exact same thing, though he still did not understand its meaning. Then Dix proposed a condition for the duel. If he won, Kim would have to join their order. Surprised, Kim repeated the terms, wondering why the saint was so obsessed with him. Dix simply replied that it was her will and the will of their lord. Just then, the lawyer stepped forward, announcing it was time to begin the duel. He declared that, with all parties gathered, they must confirm the sacred oath contract, the agreement. If the paladin won, Kim would join the order of the Old Father. But if the warrior won, Leal was strictly forbidden from harming Kim directly or indirectly, and must also pay steep compensation, with both parties accepting the terms. The duel was officially locked in. Kim realized that in the world of Arcane Soul, a dueler's oath was a terrifying magic contract capable of making the heart of anyone who dared break it explode. In this chaotic world, nobody would be foolish enough to risk that. Next, the lawyer went over the rules, which would follow the standard international regulations set by the superhuman federations. All unique powers and personal weapons could be used, but any consumables had to be brewed right there. Dusk declared he was fully prepared, while Kim requested a moment to brew his own elixirs. The lawyer granted a 10-minute limit per item. Kim then whipped up 3 specific potions, feeling like a literal alchemist for crafting elixirs custom-made to counter paladins. The lawyer identified them as the Steel Body Elixir, the Flash Elixir, and the Magic Dragon Elixir. Kim declared he would drink them all, considering doping essential in pre-fight doping essential in player versus player combat. With preparations complete, the lawyer announced the start of the duel. A countdown timer began, counting down from 10 as the opponents faced off. Dusk mentioned it was an absolute honor to have the chance to recruit Kim, and again suggested he change his mind and join willingly. Kim simply told him to shut up. Realizing it was useless, the paladin drew his heavy hammer, assuring Kim he would spare Kim's life since they still needed him to join. Kim, however, felt Dix's incredible mana and realized he was on an entirely different level. No matter how prepared he was, he could not win without putting his life on the line. Once the timer hit 0, Dusk charged with everything he had, unleashing a massive shockwave that tore up part of the arena. Despite the destruction, Kim remained unharmed. He had not vanished. He had activated his dash skill in the blink of an eye, shouting that he, the warrior Kim, would become a god, leaving Dusk completely stunned. A sudden burst of black flames shocked the crowd, prompting Woojun to note that Kim was strong too, and that the fight could end in one hit. Saren, who was also watching the battle, simply told them to look closely. As the smoke clears, Kim is revealed blocking the heavy blow with his shield. He immediately questions Dusk about this godhood story, calling it absolute and complete nonsense. The paladin stands stunned, while Kim calculates his next strategic move. He had fully expected that initial charge, a high-level skill meant for surprise attacks, which is why he was prepared. Still, he knew that one single hit could easily shatter his 3-layer shield. Dusk remarks that a level 3 warrior blocking his strike makes him understand the saint's absolute insistence. But Kim cuts him off, demanding a real explanation about him becoming a god. The paladin replies that it is exactly as he heard. According to Dusk, Kim is the Holy Order's sole hope. destined to save them. From the apocalypse, Kim starts connecting the dots, suddenly remembering that the god they serve is actually lifeless. He recalls that years ago, as the game story progressed, the saints performed a dark ritual to revive their god, which triggered a massive boss fight in the middle of Seoul. Suspicious, Kim asks if by savior Dusk means he will become a vessel for their god. Dusk confirms that is exactly it, calling the act a noble sacrifice and a sacred dedication. Outraged, Kim cannot believe these absolute crazy bastards want to sacrifice him, but Dusk declares with conviction that Kim's soul and body already belong to the old father and his avatar because he is destined to lose this duel and join the Order anyway. Kim rushes forward, shouting at Dusk to stop his nonsense, but the captain blocks the attack with his heavy shield. Stumbling back, stunned by the sheer power, Kim realizes it is because he switched all his stats to an offensive warrior build. He then charges again, slamming hard into the shield while planning to use other skills to pressure his opponent. Dusk remarks that the kid's swordsmanship is quite impressive. Kim silently agrees, realizing that while the paladin is purely focused on defense, he leaves himself wide open. Seizing the opening, Kim draws an axe and switches his skills. Dusk tries to block with his hammer, but the sharp axe pierces his armor, making him chuckle that the fight is getting fun. Kim knows his strategy is working, and his 3 days of intense training was not in vain. He did not train with Seo Jin just to unlock the skills needed for this duel, but to learn how to instinctively switch his combat style in half a second. He knew he would need that versatility to fight against higher-level superhumans. That is why he used defensive skills when he needed protection, like when his shield shattered, before immediately charging forward with his sword, switching back to an offensive style for a sudden surprise attack. Kim keeps switching, using various warrior skills to land multiple simultaneous hits against Dusk's shield. He boldly declares that he is seizing this opportunity, activating his Berserker skill and explaining that for a level 3 to defeat a level 4, they must constantly shift their abilities. Dusk feels like he is fighting 4 different warriors at once, unable to understand how this is possible. Kim's strikes are so intense that the paladin's hammer is sent flying. The spectating paladins cannot believe their eyes watching this impossible sight. Dusk stands in utter disbelief, staring blankly at his wound. Kim then declares he has won the duel. He had no intention of becoming a sacrifice for their order. Dutch admitted his partial defeat, warning that he was done holding back. He no longer cared about sacrifices. He was going to take Kim's life, telling the kid to prepare himself. With a blindingly fast move, Dusk hurled his shield at Kim, who screamed as the shattering impact sent him flying across the arena. Kim realized his enemy's power had suddenly surged, concluding that Dusk had been holding back this entire time. The paladin charged again, demanding to know how Kim dared insult his holy order, slamming him against the wall. He demanded an apology, promising to accept his surrender if he just complied. Kim refused and dragged himself up, spitting, "Dutch can't win unless he takes my life." He charged with his sword, and the two traded blows. In a wild, chaotic frenzy, Dix smashed Kim's shoulder with his massive shield. But Kim only grinned, counterattacking to slash the paladin's abdomen, still enraged. The holy warrior kicked him, sending him crashing into the wall. Both were panting heavily, Dusk from sheer fury and Kim from excruciating pain. Suddenly, Dusk bellowed that it was time to end this pointless struggle. He raised his shield, calling upon his deity to summon a massive tsunami of darkness, drowning the arena. Kim instantly recognized Dix's ultimate skill, and seeing it up close, he realized it was a pure disaster. If he took that hit directly, the chance of defeat was 100%. Since there was no dodging this attack, he knew he had to break right through that dark wave, pushing past his fear. He trusted in the martial skills he had spent years honing, like his mountain-cleaving swordsmanship. he never strayed from, and the ultimate sword style he learned from Si Woo Jin. He also relied on the powerful Anherjar cultivation technique he had practiced for so long alongside his trusty mana heart. Finally, he summoned the energy forged from sheer desperation, that blinding flash, a strike capable of cutting through anything in existence. It was time for Kim to unleash every ounce of his power, putting his entire life into this one final strike. Screaming, he charged forward with his blade, ready to tear through the encroaching darkness, holding onto absolute faith in his own strength. Onlookers like Jal and Choi watched in absolute shock, wondering what was happening. As his attack connected, Kim stopped, coughing up blood in agonizing pain. Dusk, his back pierced clean through, praised the young warrior, calling it a magnificent battle. A second later, the mighty paladin collapsed to the floor. Completely defeated, the lawyer raised Kim's hand high, declaring him the winner. Sending his ecstatic friends rushing into the ring, Kim could barely believe he'd defeated a high-tier superhuman without relying on any mutant abilities. Woo Jun hugged him, cheering that his master was truly unmatched. Soren joked that the fight was downright inhuman, while Choi claimed he never doubted him. Even Iron Fist stood frozen, unable to process what had just unfolded, but the celebration cut short when Jal insulted Kim and lunged at him with a hammer. Woo Jun reacted instantly, shielding his master and triggering a blast that forced the paladin back, slamming his back hard against his allies. Woo Jin snarled at the piece of trash to back off, asking if he had a death wish for daring to attack his master. The lawyer intervened as well, coldly warning Jal that his heart would explode if he acted recklessly. Jal then sank to his knees, blaming Kim for his captain's death. The remaining paladins screamed for revenge, declaring that the order of the old father would never forget this. Kim questioned their wild accusation, but Jal doubled down, claiming he saw everything himself. The warrior warned him to stop lying, pointing out that the only person who truly defeated Dusk was himself. Kim explained that even as an enemy, Dusk was a noble warrior. He refused to let such a life end in an open duel over some cheap assassination plot born from a petty inferiority complex. So to protect Dusk's honor, Kim had accepted the duel and kept his promise. Furious, Jal screamed his captain's name, but the others warned him they had to retreat immediately. As they retreated, Kim thought that although the order of the old father would still want revenge, what he did was right. Later that day at the Sinsu agency, Choi was on the phone, gloating about his genius decision to hire Kim. He bragged that his hunter had defeated the captain of the order of the old father. Once he realized the caller wanted to make a request, Choi apologized and promised to call them back. Meanwhile, Kim brought up his concern about whether Jucheol would get his armor, but Choi showered him with praise, saying he handled the giant easily with his incredible skills. Then Choi offered him a gift, telling him to check it out. Opening the box, Kim was amazed to find a brand new outfit. Choi explained that it was a high-end training suit featuring self-cleaning and mana regeneration. The warrior praised the director's taste and thanked him, but his boss immediately began to flatter him, asking if he could request another favor from the superhuman. Choi thanked Kim, explaining that his business was booming thanks to their short partnership. Even though the public still had doubts, Kim agreed that their distrust was entirely natural, then asked if there was any decent work available. Choi smiled, saying he had the perfect job. The Sun Magic Tower wanted to study his unique black flame for research. Kim considered the offer. The Sun Magic Tower was one of the 4 great magic towers in Seoul, and if he remembered correctly, it was the best place for fire magic to sweeten the deal. Choi mentioned they would grant him membership. The warrior agreed instantly, since he knew a certain character inside that tower would give him incredible rewards. When he arrived at the facility, Kim was amazed by the scenery, which beautifully blended science and magic in a stunning way. Soon, a scientist approached him, who introduced himself as Park Hyung-ju, a researcher, and asked if Kim was the superhuman warrior here for the study. Kim confirmed the details, noticing that the researcher looked far older than he actually was. Hyung-ju said he disliked wasting time, quickly guiding him toward a room for a basic magic measurement test. Examining the equipment, Kim thought the machine looked surprisingly familiar. The researcher asked him to step inside and stand in the center. Once the door closed, an ultra-precision scan began. At that moment, Kim realized this was the exact machine used in games to reveal every stat and secret to the player. He quickly realized that his insights that revealed everything to the player. He knew that all his powers were about to be exposed. Desperate, Kim pounded on the glass. He shouted, demanding to know what was going on, and ordered them to stop the machine since he was not ready. Outside, the doctor coldly replied that it was a necessary process, clearly stated in his contract. Realizing he would not be released, Kim prepared himself with a single strike. The glass shattered right before the shocked doctor. Hyung-ju demanded to know what just happened, and Kim explained his contract only required him to show his black flame, which was the only reason he had cooperated. Suddenly, a newcomer appeared, asking who Hyung-ju thought he was to treat a guest that way, and Yu Myung instantly slapped Hyung-ju across the face and accused him of trying to ruin his project again. Hyung-ju tried to claim it was a misunderstanding, but his boss accused him of trying to sell information on the warrior with the black flame ability. Mongok then revealed he had a camera recording everything. The researcher quickly apologized, admitting he was blinded by his own sudden greed. Without hesitation, Mongok told him to get lost, kicking him off the team. Kim just watched everything, trying to understand what was happening. Mongok cleared his throat to catch his attention, turned to the warrior, and apologized, introducing himself as the head researcher. Kim noted he looked sick but said it was fine, wanting to know what would happen next. Mongok explained that the fool had sold secret details out of greed before, and if it were not for Elder Joe, he would have been fired long ago. Kim grumbled that he had come all this way for the director's request, only to almost have his private details stolen. Yu Myung-suk apologized, again promising to upgrade his membership level as fair compensation. The warrior asked what the benefits were, and the chief explained he could use commercial potions and brew his own. Kim thought the offer did not sound bad since the magic tower held potions exclusive to mages. With the deal finalized, the director decided they should rest for a while before starting the research, offering a tour of the magic tower in the meantime. A little later, Kim entered a room packed with several yellowish orbs. He realized he was almost tricked by Arcane Soul, but in the end, everything worked out, giving him a chance to earn incredible skills. Through training, suddenly a speaker announced the start of the electric magic training for beginners. Instantly, the glowing orbs crackled with powerful electricity, unleashing a wild barrage straight at the warrior. The massive shock slammed into him and he groaned in pain. It went straight to his bones. Still, if he could just endure it with his high stats, it would be perfect. Sure enough, right after he acquired the electricity resistance skill, Kim celebrated. He had finally obtained the last resistance of the 6 attributes. He then ordered the system to shut down, feeling like he would fry alive if it continued. However, red lights filled the room, and a warning blared that the system had switched to manual mode, increasing the electricity to a higher level. Kim shouted that he was already finished, demanding to know who was outside. Glancing at the screen, Hyung-ju warns him that he has crossed the wrong guy. Hyung-ju cranks the electric discharge all the way up to maximum voltage, blasting Kim with a massive surge of energy. The warrior thrashes, refusing to fall. Hyung-ju just stands there watching, desperately hoping this is the end for Kim. But the protagonist absorbs the entire electrical shock instead. He focuses entirely on resisting the pain to unlock a new skill. Laughing, Park mocks him, saying this is what happens when you cling too tightly to life. But suddenly, an unexpected shift makes him freeze, cutting his laughter short. Jun-Soo withstands the brutal electrical surge, completely focused on evolving. Opening up his skill panel, he decides to deploy his divine resistance. Earned from surviving the baptism, planning to stack it with his fire resistance. That fire resistance came from the sacred mana font. He also has darkness resistance. Won during his brutal battle against the necromancer. Then there is his cold resistance, earned by surviving the freezing blizzard of the northern ghosts. And let's not forget the earth resistance he built up while escaping that deadly magical trap set by a human hunter. Now he finally unlocks the highly coveted electricity resistance. With all these attributes combined, our warrior is fully prepared to take on this massive new challenge. The combined power of these skills surges through him, strengthening his body and preparing him to evolve. Right in that moment, something incredible happens as he realizes he has officially unlocked pure magic resistance. Glowing green sphere begins to orbit him, proving his internal magic has stabilized. Enveloped in wild electricity and shielded by a powerful magical barrier, he stands completely unmoved. Meanwhile, the control panel triggers a critical error on the control panel caused by reckless tampering. The system spirals completely out of control, and alarms blare to warn of the danger. As more deadly plasma spheres launch, our hero quickly devises a plan. Relying on his sharp instincts, he effortlessly evades every single strike. This high-speed dodging instantly registers a brand new skill on his panel, expanding his combat arsenal. Meanwhile, his panicked enemy desperately tries to override the system errors, but it is already far too late. The professor storms into the lab, immediately chewing out his assistant. Now the master is forced to clean up yet another mess. Left behind by his reckless apprentice, he quickly recalibrates the program. Bringing the system back online, the head researcher turns on his student, demanding to know how he dared to sabotage warrior Kim. Just then, Kim strolls through the door perfectly fine, leaving everyone stunned. Our hero even cracks a joke, calling the whole experience electrifying. Nobody in the room can comprehend how he survived that lethal shock. Regardless, the professor decides the troublesome assistant is getting fired immediately. Watching this play out, Kim asks what his fate will be next. The professor explains that the traitor is getting a magical brain brand, which permanently blocks him from learning or casting any future spells. Then the researcher hands our protagonist a box containing a reward. Inside, he finds a rare high-tier elixir and a miraculous recovery potion. With immense healing power, Kim is deeply impressed, recognizing this rare gift is basically an extra life. Still, he knows the researcher just wants to stop the situation from spiraling out of control. Clutching the box, Kim admits this still feels like a joke after being targeted twice. He then brings up his ambition to test the 4 legendary spells of the tower. This outrageous request causes deep concern for the researcher for several reasons. Undeterred, the warrior openly demands to face the brutal solar explosion spell. He wants the solar lamp to blast its deadly energy directly at him, claiming with total confidence that he can easily survive those 15 seconds of pure torture. When questioned about being only a level 3 superhuman, he responds by proving he is on a completely different level. Staring in shock, the scientist realizes Kim carries an ominous black flame within him, capable of vaporizing even the strongest enemies. The old man admits this plan is fascinating but insanely reckless. The magical weapon is quickly locked into position, while the young hunter stands dead center. Prepared for the impact, he knows there are only 3 ways to acquire the coveted solar explosion trait. The first path is to become a personal disciple of the tower master himself. The second requires defeating that very master in single combat. But here is the catch, both routes demand the challenger be a mage class, the anxious. Researcher warns that the destructive cannon is fully charged. Kim knows there is no. Going back now, looking up right before the blast, he spots several high-ranking figures watching. The high-stakes experiment, he starts to contemplate a potential third path. He could bypass standard rules, approach the Lord, and unlock a hidden quest, but as he ponders, the weapon triggers, unleashing a blinding beam straight toward him. It looks like a terrifying yet beautiful spectacle. He stands resolute at the center, fully determined to prove his worth. The destructive energy, scheduled to burn for exactly 15 seconds, is about to strike his body with absolute, crushing force. He knows that the moment it connects, he must withstand that hellish torture down to the very last millisecond. To survive this, he has to immediately activate his specialized armor trait, a powerful defensive gear he boasts perfect compatibility with. Clinging to life, his sheer willpower draws the gaze of the entire crowd, who watch in absolute disbelief. None of them believe a mere level 3 hunter can survive an attack meant only for elite level 6 powerhouses. Finally, the timer ticks to 15 seconds. The terrified scientist shrieks for the crew to cut the power. The cannon releases a massive plume of smoke, signaling the end, leaving the protagonist clutching his chest. For Kim, those 15 seconds felt like an absolute eternity. Yet he successfully unlocked the coveted trait. Even better, his stunt grabbed the direct attention of the legendary Tower Master. This insane accomplishment earns him an exclusive invitation to share tea and speak privately with the Grand Mage. During their chat, the Master openly commends his brilliant strategy of using the Black Flame to neutralize the solar blast. He suggests that such a resourceful warrior could prove highly valuable in a top-secret mission for the Tower. Kim quickly replies that he would be deeply honored to assist. Amused, the old master reveals that he highly respects the hunter's tactful speech and decides to make a highly unusual request. He summons his young grandson, who enters the room hesitantly, looking quite wary of the visitor. Beaming with pride, the elder introduces Kim as a targets were suspicious. Proudly, the mage introduced Kim, calling him a fighter who could a level 3 superhuman with massive potential. This is how the protagonist first meets young Kim, the mage character from the tutorial. His grandfather eagerly claims that the boy has the right stuff to eventually awaken as a top-tier, high-level superhuman. But the young man clearly lacks confidence, keeping his eyes glued to the floor. The elder mage gets straight to the point, revealing he knows the warrior Kim healed director CO2's son. Because of this, he hopes the warrior can pull off another miracle and awaken his grandson's dormant talent. They both turn to look at our protagonist, waiting for his reply. Jun-Soo happily agrees to help, telling them they can count on him. Once again, his kind demeanor leaves a family incredibly grateful, but secretly, he wears a wicked grin. Knowing he can demand absolutely anything in return, the Tower Master never expected a request like this. Quite calmly, the warrior Kim demands the legendary solar explosion technique, though clearly unsettled by the request. The old Tower Master says he can make it happen, but wonders if a warrior can actually cast it. Kim confidently tells him he can, explaining he will learn it instantly using a memory chip they provide. The grandson nervously interrupts them, asking how this training is actually going to work. Pointing a finger at the boy, the master explains that the boy simply lacks the intellect. However, the warrior Kim fully understands the exact problem the young mage is struggling with. The kid is plenty smart, but he has completely given up on complex mathematics. So Kim suggests a different path, magic that does not depend on complex calculations. He promises that by doing this, the boy can command spirits and become a flame sorcerer. The grandfather instantly panics, not wanting him to settle for that, but Kim argues it is unfair to let the boy suffer without any magic at all. The old man stares deeply at his grandson, searching for any spark of a flame sorcerer. Sitting back down, he asks for details. The strategy is simple: let the spirit handle the complex parts, while the boy just supplies mana. The Tower Master remains skeptical, since his grandson knows nothing about bonding with spirits, but our protagonist explains that the boy does not need a contract. Instead, they will engrave a single spell directly onto his mana circuit. He only controls the power while the circuit casts the magic itself. This incredibly brilliant concept immediately excites the Tower Master. The theory is flawless, leaving him wondering how a mere warrior understands such profound concepts. Kim stands there completely calm, keeping his secret. It works because he literally stole this future method from the Tower Master himself. Having played the game for years, he knows every trick. Since the spirit gate is shut, they can use spirit beasts instead. Like a phoenix, which is incredibly easy to control, the main obstacle is tracking down such a legendary beast, but Kim tells them to leave it to him since he has his own methods. Soon after, the trio travels to a mountain range where countless phoenixes soar. Every move warrior Kim made left those around him in absolute awe. They expected greatness, but he only cared about the promised solar flare. Hearing that the Tower Master would hand over the chip got him excited. He was thrilled, but he still had one crucial question on his mind. He wanted to know how a warrior could use it, conjuring a small flame. He wanted to refine the technique and create his own unique style. The other man laughed, knowing that would be an incredibly brutal task. But he insisted that mages and warriors would get completely different results. When Kim claimed his version would be superior, the man was intrigued. Intrigued, he proposed a wager. Within 2 years, they would compare their powers. They would pit the magic tower's polarization against the warrior's own creation. If the warrior won, the Tower Master would grant him any wish he wanted. A loss meant joining security. Meanwhile, he spotted a youth climbing the stairs unbothered. The kid was totally relaxed. Soon, they transitioned to a lavish VIP room. There, the warrior waited. Soon, a scientist arrived carrying the final results. The researcher congratulated him for paving a brand new path to magic. Kim appreciated the praise, but wanted to ensure the operation succeeded first. Meanwhile, the scientist brought up the disgraced mage who had been expelled. He dismissed the exile as a total loser, but things got deeper. A closer look into the investigation revealed some highly suspicious details. It turned out that the traitor had been taking money from a powerful conglomerate. This hostile corporation was infamous for its brutal, predatory market expansions. Oddly, they didn't care about tower secrets, they only wanted intel on Kim. The realization sent chills down his spine. Why target the warrior? Kim would never side with villains. Suddenly, the lead surgeon emerged. He grinned from ear to ear, bearing some absolutely fantastic news. He clapped Kim on the back, credit going to the superhuman himself. Right then, Mage Kim stepped out, glowing with a radiant new energy. It looked like he fused with the Phoenix, instantly matching Kim's power level. Starting directly at level 3, he proved the insane strength of genetics. His old self-doubt and crushing insecurity had completely melted away. Kim advised him to start consuming fire attribute elixirs right away. As the crowd showered him with deep respect, his rewards arrived. Looking at the hall, the warrior could hardly believe his eyes. He scored a treasure trove, including the coveted solar flare chip. The generous master even stuffed extra cash into a spatial magic bag. Maxing out relationship stats had serious perks. Next stop, the director's office. Having cleared the quest, he headed straight back to Director Choi. He slumped onto the couch and eagerly flaunted all his new loot. While resting at the base, he announced it was time for more nectar. To bypass any dangerous side effects, the nectar needed careful refining. Fortunately, the director knew him too well and was already prepared. His thoroughness left the warrior utterly speechless and incredibly relieved. He displayed the rare ingredients on his tablet, lacking the basic ones. Glancing at the screen, the young warrior smirked, already owning them all. He wants regeneration and steel armor for his shield, which is why he chooses the Heart of the Horned Tiger, but hearing this choice makes the director sad because the horned tiger is already an endangered species. That bit of news feels strange to our hero, but he refuses to back down. After earning a massive fortune, he buys a fast, comfortable ride. Now he can hunt the beast down himself. Inside the vehicle, he drives while enjoying the cool breeze, knowing he must hunt this beast alone. But there is one major problem. Tracking a single tiger in this massive wilderness is nearly impossible. He really hates to use his backup plan, but he has to open his canned bait. The foul odor is incredibly concentrated. Taking a deep breath, he breathes in the scent. Although it is a terrible experience, he unlocks a new skill. With his brand new hound nose trait, he heads deep into the thick forest, tracking every single scent in the air. Catching the heavy stench of a fresh kill, he knows a predator is close. And that means trouble. His sharp senses pick up a nearby threat. Suddenly his eyes snap wide. Whipping around, he spots armed hunters closing in and opening fire. They shoot aggressively at him, determined to drive him out of their territory, fleeing the onslaught he never expected to face rivals so early. Even so, he cannot lose his true target. When he finally faces the beast, he is shocked by its massive scar. Sporting 6 complete traits, this monster is so lethal that a single slip-up means death. A giant beast charging at full speed leaves him almost zero room to dodge. Even after activating his traits, the warrior gets grazed. Watching the creature's insane speed, he realizes he is outmatched. He must end this now. With a single perfect shot, trusting his sharp reflexes and gut instinct. In response, he leaps high into the air, relying on his 6 primary skills. Locked onto his target, he propels himself upward with absolute maximum power, aiming to bring down the beast. But he notices the monster dodges effortlessly, channeling power back into his legs. The fighter knows this fight is just starting. Once more, the Forest King stands face to face with him. Fortunately, Kim has complete confidence in his marksmanship. Despite primarily being a melee fighter, his shot connects, but this is no ordinary bullet. It carries incredible magical power, yet he freezes when he sees the beast charging ahead despite taking a point-blank hit. Instead, the Mountain King locks his gaze onto Kim and unleashes a devastating assault. Using his reflexes, the fighter barely manages to dodge, staring directly into the blood-red eyes of the creature. He realizes it can fight even after being scorched by black flames. He has to raise a defense quickly in case those black flames fail to halt its momentum. Otherwise, he must square off in close combat with this demonic fiend. Our warrior now faces the ultimate skill of the Mountain King. This strike is called the inverted charge, propelling a massive body weighing over 1 ton. His plan to defeat the beast is surprisingly simple. Weaponize the giant predator's own momentum against it. The giant beast widens its eyes in a look of sheer shock. This is the perfect moment for Kim to strike. The monster can no longer dodge, letting the protagonist secure his planned victory. He defeats the Mountain King. Sometime later, he shows up at the market. Inside the monster trading center, he excitedly announces his valuable cargo. He claims to have the king's heart in the box, confident in his clean harvest. Thanks to his special skills, the extraction went flawlessly. He declares to the crowd that he will only keep the heart and sell off the rest of the carcass. Anyone interested is welcome to start bidding, and hands shoot up immediately. Bids quickly soar from 1 billion to 2.5 billion. Then, a woman raises her hand in the middle of the crowd and bids 5 billion. This completely silences the entire room as everyone realizes there is absolutely no way to beat that. The wealthy buyer asks him if he defeated the formidable Mountain King all alone. He claims it was just pure luck, but but she counters that luck has nothing to do with actual hunting. Deeply intrigued by his combat skills, she hands him her business card in case he ever wants to join the Hunter Association. Her face seems familiar, but right now he can only focus on one thing: the massive payout. A moment later, his bank account balance skyrockets. His fortune shifts completely, leaving him with a legendary heart and a massive 5 billion. 2 days later, he closely inspects the glowing nectar in his palm. Just looking at the rich color, he knows it has been flawlessly processed. In that moment, he recalls the director's impressive skills. Even though he knows the potion is safe and free of side effects, his nerves flare up. To be safe, he decides to predefine his traits before taking the plunge. Gulping down his nerves, he swallows all the nectar. While there might be no side effects, the searing liquid still burns like molten lava. His body begins to evolve. Hormonal shifts take place while a massive spike of adrenaline surges. Enhanced body activation and efficiency kick in while his mana circuits undergo a total ground-up reconstruction. At last, he reaches level 4, granting him a massive stat boost. It feels as though his soul has caught fire, elevating both his rank and his audacity trait. Soloing the beast and selling its parts alone was all part of his strategy. He wins battles using those traits. Now, he wonders what would happen if he obtained the equipment traits like the diamond. This is definitely a serious thing too. Consider, especially with powerful traits like robust and giant waiting for him. Looking at his skill panel, all of his preparations are finally complete. Suddenly, deep structural damage is detected in his muscle fibers. His skeletal system begins to warp and readjust. As his trait panel resets, all traits begin communicating with one another, finally fusing into a single, powerful trait called the Strength of the Giant. Admiring his massive new bulk, he is thrilled. The fusion is a success. This new power of the giant is a top-tier warrior skill. Flexing in front of the mirror, he tests his raw strength. His physical frame is now like a mutant's, just as he expected. It shatters from the raw shockwave. The power is insane, but the physical toll his body suffers makes him hesitate. His entire body aches, warning him to think twice before unleashing this power again. As he expected, he needs a body of diamond to handle that skill. The invincibility trait boosting his high-speed regeneration is top tier and costs diamonds to unlock. He can learn it from his gear just like he did before, but there is a catch: he has 0 diamonds. His excitement spikes the moment he remembers exactly where to look for them. He is left totally speechless upon arrival. He was absolutely sure he would find them here, but the shelves are completely bare. The shopkeeper tells him they will only restock next month. The frustrated warrior snaps that next month is way too late. Right then, a mysterious old man whispers that if he wants diamonds, they can go mining together, even though he has no memory of this.